Hello, everybody. We are up to episode 345. Denmark is in the chat. Zizu's in the chat. Panda in the chat. Dude in the chat already. So with me, we've got Jesse. We've got Brett's build and Mr. Finally Here, Kevin, who is muted. So hopefully he knows that. So I don't think I can. I can't undo it. So
what's cooking, Kevin?
Obviously a mic issue, so that's fine. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know tonight. I will just. I did get a shipment. I did get it. I did
Panda.
Panda. I did get a package. I got you guys. You guys are all corrupting me. It's terrible. I got what is Citizen Brick? Bought the Convention Enthusiast. Yeah,
oh boy.
Slap my head on there and I'll be perfect.
Your sig, huh?
I'll look better than Princess Leia. And then I figured I'd get a couple since I'm still working on the disco a little bit. I grabbed some of the guitars with like a clear translucent main section, and then I wanted to get the clear ice cream cone and I couldn't get it. It disappeared. Somebody posted about it, and by the time I get in there, I had the clear in my cart, and by the time I checked out, it was gone. So we got it for 4 minutes. So,
I was going to ask you, how did you go to Citizen Brick? But that was online shopping.
Yeah, Shy, I think, was talking about it, like, I forgot that some stuff went live today or something, and so I went in there and was looking at it, and checking it out. I was like, I like the new gut stuff, like the new bigger gut, but it's all like almost like license type stuff. And I was like, nothing like that really shows me, so it's like, really, I could be a trooper, but it doesn't, none of it really matched. So I buy one of those because it actually has, they must have printed it in a way that I think it actually has, or made it with like a bulge actually on the torso, I think is what it looked like. So maybe I can find it. So, but yeah, so that's what I've got. Jesse, what are you working on tonight?
I'm gonna open this Ninjago set. I've been getting that bad guy out. Got some Tiki Mask guys. This is from a little while ago. The Keeper's Village. That's all I know. I'd have to ask TJ what season or how old that is.
It's in the refrigerator.
The box is.
I'm going to have some. Would you like some?
Good. So, well, actually, what's wild is I actually found in
2021.
Oh, that's 2021. That's what's so ironic, because I was at Walmart just the other day and actually found something on the shelf clearance from 2021, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? How's that still on the? How did somebody must have returned it or something?" But it was a
could be
Ninjago set too. God, didn't I take a picture of that? Oh yeah, here it is. So it was the TJ'd enjoy it. It's the Boulder Blaster. So with the special gold figures, so I had the gold Kai in there. So I opened it. It was $25. I opened it, and everything was in there. Just because it's from that old, you kind of wonder if somebody had actually, maybe opened it and resealed it. So I opened that, and there was like a small Minecraft, and it's like, yeah, we can't hear you, Kevin. Just so you know. Which is good because we can't hear you wash or dry the dishes.
Some would say that's good.
It's good. We shouldn't be telling him that we can't hear him. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Jeff Neely
what I want to know is if he's got one of them aprons that says "Kiss the."
He should probably be wearing a Lego apron while whatever he's doing in the kitchen, cooking up whatever. So hey, no, Jeff. I got a box here, Jeff, with your name on it. So I got to get that out. So this week, that, and then of course if then Mark is here too. He's in here too. So his box is in here too. And Bricklock's not here yet, but Clocks, D&D pigs.
I don't see my advent.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist yet. And then
It's not wrapped
of
up.
course one of my lug members, Jacob from Lego Masters. His wife bought one of the trains off of one of our other members, and so I was like, well, I probably have some power function stuff I'm not using, and so I was like, you know what? I'll even give the benefit of the doubt. I got a new power functions train receiver, new infrared, new power functions motor, and then I'll have to just give one of my used battery boxes because I don't have those still sealed, but because I'm not using all my power function stuff. I got the S-Brick stuff, so none of it gets used. So
Take your 9-volt stuff if you got any laying around.
we do. I'm actually, it's going to be wild. Is I'm building a large radius curve for the train show in February, and it's going to be all 9-volt because the plastic we can't get right now. But they're actually thinking because we might have a few return loops. That's what we kind of been playing with. That idea is doing a return loop instead of always having to use a bridge and crawl or lift the bridge. So we're going to get, I think, some of the other wide radius curves in metal also.
So it's gonna do like a cul-de-sac. It'll loop and then come back down on the same track.
Yeah, kind of something like that. So here, let's see here. So
I don't know. I'm new to trains.
So basically, it would just if we did a return loop, you'd have a big loop, and it would just basically. So in other words, if you did a return loop, you could have two trains running at different parts of the loop, but it would be one loop. It wouldn't be like normally we run two tracks side by next to each other, so you have two complete loops. This would be one loop, but because of the return loops, you could still be running probably two trains. But the thing is, it's huge. I mean, you're talking 90 base plates for one of these suckers. It's crazy. I mean, most everybody in the group would have a 6x6 curve or something like that. I think it's like 5x5 or something like that for the curves.
Yeah.
So there's a couple different variations of it, but I might build. Huh?
What size radius curves are those?
These I think are the R104s, but usually we have like an R120 out here too. So basically what I would do is if I build a corner is I'm going to build it like this corner here, but also have the tile down here for ballast in case I wanted to run a double curve. And whichever, if I use that or if I use the straight, whichever I didn't use, I would just cover with brush. So it looked like it's overgrown or something. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm kind of new to this too. Cause I mean, I've only ever used the standard curves, but we have a lot of, a lot of bigger cars and stuff, and they get hung up on those curves. But for the train show, we will have at least one standard curve. Huh? What was that?
You get a turn radius with the bigger corners. The trains turn on corners, they won't turn on standard track.
We've got guys. We got one of the guys that's got a big boy, and it won't run on those. It won't run on those smaller curves. But the engine's kind of it's a flimsy. It's not a real sturdy engine. Like the one guy said, he went to pull it out at the train fest, and it started to fall apart as in his hands as he was pulling out of the box. So it didn't make it to it didn't even make it on the layout because it's just when you build that stuff, if it's that fragile, you really can't send it with somebody else because they're not gonna know how to fix it if it falls apart, but they're not gonna really want to handle it.
The cooler it looks, the more fragile.
Yeah. And Kevin, we can't hear you. You are muted, Kevin. If you can hear us, you are muted, and we cannot unmute you.
It was the more expensive
mime. Just mime.
He's a mime than I. Yeah,
just to read his lips, I think.
Nah. So yeah, so that's kind of it. I mean, I do I do have a brick bank I could finish, but I don't get that much done on the stream. So I have been sorting a lot of CMFs. We did do the gift giveaway last week. It was funny because everybody's like, I'm like, I didn't wrap my box, and so I was like, we did our white elephant or whatever, and so I was like, it was kind of funny because I was like, I wish somebody had opened mine early. They waited kind of till the end to open it. It was pretty anticlimactic. I mean, it did get stolen a couple times at that point, but if it had been the first thing, it'd have been crazy. So in my $25 gift that I spent retail on was probably $100 plus worth of stuff. Series 1 Cheerleader, Series 2 Spartan, Series 3 Alien, Series 14 Tiger Woman, Series 17 Corncob Guy, the Lego Batman movie Vacation Batman, a Galaxy Patrol Guy from Series 7, the Sea Captain from Series 10, and the Bumblebee from Series 10. So I was like, if I just put it in a brown box and just taped it up because I did it kind of last minute. I was like, oh, that's right, we got that going on today. I spent my whole night working on my other creation. Let's see if I can have a picture of that. My Snow Dragon Express, because we were supposed to do an alternate build for Santa's sleigh. Santa's having issues with the reindeer or whatever, so the sleigh Jesse will recognize from an episode, from a Versus episode. That was that kind of that like roller coaster ride thing I built in that one Versus.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then I just did dragons. I bedazzled my Master Wu dragons that I gave elf heads, and then I built the North Pole 1 landing strip with a candy cane weather vane. So, and someone else's little giraffe powered Santa sleigh is the little one in front of it. So, yeah. As soon as mine showed up, he was like, somebody's like, yeah, I guess that's what happens when we don't do size requirements. Size, whatever you call it. Size restrictions, I guess. I was like, well, hey, I started doing what I was doing, and I got to set it out anyways. And so I'm like, well, if I'm going to set it out, might as well set it up and see. And I was like, I'll use some mills that I already got built. Which now I got to build new mills. So, but yeah, so yep, that was that roller coaster ride. So actually, I just took one of the seats.
What, Kevin? We totally agree with you. We can't hear you, but we agree with you.
With who?
Talking away again.
Oh, Wagner talking. Yeah.
No,
Jim is here.
Talking to the camera, I think.
Yeah, Jim, how's it going, Jim? Colorado, how's the carnival? I saw you guys did you participate in that little winter event you guys just had? I think you guys had something out there. I think I saw it. So that's kind of did you participate? So I miss all that stuff out there. I think, and I was watching at the meeting. Oh, the Loveland Train Show. Okay, yeah, that's why I saw Lester. Okay. But at the meeting, one of our members pulled up the Brick Slopes website. So it looks like the Brick Slopes website for Denver is already up because it showed that stuff. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. Because the time I checked, it hadn't been up, so which is kind of cool. So cool stuff. I'm going to start planning for that. Ralph isn't here, otherwise we'd be probably talking a little bit about that. Yep, chat is a little quiet tonight, but we do have a few people watching, so there's some watching.
Well, listen.
And chat might be more lively if we could hear.
If you want, Reed, because I've started building castle again. Just don't tell Hayley.
Do what?
I've started building castle again. There's a black castle on the table next to me.
Yeah.
I've started the mock castle. I said, if you want to battle, I said, we can battle, but don't tell Hayley because she will kick my butt if she thinks I took the trains now.
Yeah, Larry's talked a little bit about it on show too, Jim. So I mean, yeah, I'm getting psyched. Ralph and I'll have a collaboration. Ralph will bring out his Crocs. I'll bring out the Ice Bearers. Ralph's been working on his entrance to his Croc base, which looks pretty cool. He's got some green LEDs lit up and stuff, so it looks pretty snazzy. So I got to figure what I'm going to do. I want to build something new, but
green hair
monorail layout, sweet. And you've actually put that copper tape on your monorail, right? So it runs like a 9-volt, correct? Let me see 2 of me.
There we go.
We'll look at some animals, like, Mark, do you have the elephant or the bumblebee, Mark? You need that for maybe your zoo, some life-sized ones that have been bitten maybe by a smaller of those. Used to have copper tape, but it's too much work to keep running. Yeah, but don't you use anything with copper tape? Elephants. Well, this elephant comes with a mouse too, I think. So, an elephant's afraid of mice. It would be so awesome if we didn't have to read Kevin's lips.
That comes out next year.
We don't get the true Kevin antagonization.
What about you, Jesse?
Without sound. No sound for Kevin. We don't get that true antagonization. If Hinkle was here, I'm sure he'd be having a field day. So, but he's not. Yeah, okay, whatever. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Did someone in the group 3D print some track, or was that something that you got from somewhere else? So cool stuff. Yeah. I do need to get shelves organized and stuff in storage just so I can pull my trains out and make sure they're complete and stuff, because at the shows is not the time. Oh, wow. That's how big is his layout to 3D print the whole thing? That's kind of crazy. Wow. So I got a guy. Nice. Oh, he's heading down into the domicile. Dun, 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 dun. And you do know we are still muted, correct? Yeah, you are
screenshots of this read for your opening intro.
Oh yeah. Well, I can go back and do that. Oh, and then of course he must have stepped on it. Oh. I'll go back and watch it and do the screen grabs like I did with Hinkle and just be like, Yeah, I know. And he finally left the area of good Wi-Fi.
Be careful what you wish for, people.
Well, going downstairs, the signal's not nearly as good. So
you're better than Larry.
Yeah, that's true.
He can't figure out how to log on
to his new computer
device with his old passwords. He's like asking for new emails.
The problem is in the end, what I'll have to do is to give him the ownership again type thing. I'll have to basically uninvite and then invite again type thing, like I did with Kevin. But I think Kevin, you were using 2 different machines, right? So one you couldn't do it anyway.
Oh, I see what he was using his work email to log in.
Oh.
And then he would need, not only does he need a new computer, he was using probably his work email instead of, I thought he had a Larry Yahoo thing. That's the only thing I can think of. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't
But
know.
yeah, I guess I've had that minor issue. If you use your work email and then you switch jobs, that's gone.
Did Larry switch jobs?
He's out of job.
Oh.
He was door dashing
Okay.
already, so I think things were pretty slim.
Well, I mean, to me, I don't think I'd worry about the backstage. Just
You
get
can hear
in.
me just fine, Denmark. I don't believe you at all.
We couldn't until you got downstairs.
I was aware of that. I was doing dishes, and my daughter had a friend over who was they were being rather loud, so I didn't want to burden everyone with all of the sound coming from my background.
That's okay. It was very humorous for the rest of us then, so that's fine.
It was humorous for me too. Every time you tried to tell me that my sound was off.
Well, I'm sure then your background noise probably enjoyed that too, hearing that, a couple dozen times. So.
You guys weren't as loud as my background noise, so it was fine. So did any of you pick up any of the Target deals? Was it yesterday?
Target deals?
Target had a bunch of sets at 40% off.
Ooh,
They had the Viking ship or the Viking village at 40% off.
Really? Oh,
and then they had the Disney villain set for more than 50% off. So I finally pulled the trigger on that one because I wanted 3 of those figures, and at $60 it was worth.
Disney villains. Was that the
one with the books and the apple that comes with Gaston and Jafar and
those figs probably sell. So that was 40% at Target. Nice.
It was 50%. It was like $60 versus 30.
Pays off.
I did get the Viking Village. I managed to snag one. So we've got a member in our lug that just posts stuff constantly when there are deals. So Kroger had a 10% off Lego gift card deal where you could buy a $150 gift card for $135. But I tried doing it with PayPal, and it said there was some sort of security issue. So I'm not sure if it was a scam or not, but I always use PayPal to make sure that I don't risk an actual credit card information. So any actual credit card information. But yeah, and then Walmart's had some deals. But like before Black Friday, I was able to pick up a number of things from, was it Target and Amazon? Target had the botanical set for 50% off, the Friends Botanical Garden, and some other stuff as well. And then the Ninjago Stone Temple or whatever it is, that's $130 or $120 was on sale for $60 at Costco, and then $50, so more than half off. So yeah, I've tried to severely limit my purchasing, but I can't pass up on Viking Village to get another copy of that.
Yeah,
so
I would have probably, if I'd known, I might have bought that. But I mean, they shut down the Pick-a-Brick. I did see that posted in a few spots. They shut down the Pick-a-Brick ordering this year, so won't be getting any more.
Well, I've still got 2 orders sitting out there from October and early November, so I'm hoping I get those soon. I got the best of the parts, but I still haven't got the base part or the rest of my parts.
Yeah, I'm still. I got one sitting out there too. But after seeing those panels that were going away, I'm kind of like, crap. I wish I'd have bought more of them. So oh well. But
the panels are going away. Which ones?
The white or the clear white opalescent one type thing.
Oh, who would want those?
Well, I was going to use it for more like when I do some of my water.
I know. I'm kidding, Reed. I know you like prints.
I like colors like that. So
yeah, I'm just waiting for the 16x16 Techniplates to go away. I keep trying to buy more every chance I get, but I should have bought more before they shut down the Pick-a-Brick wall.
Oh,
those are my favorite thing for bases. They work fantastically.
For what? Like
my 2x2 base plate bases.
Oh. Yeah,
I'm not going to mute again, so I'll keep talking.
Luckily, I ended up getting some of the 1x16 bricks back in the day when I was in Colorado.
I'm using them all right now. I forgot. Never mind. Oh, actually, no, I'm not using all of them. See, you can see here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
By 16 by 16. These, I need to convert some of these, but I'll use 3 bricks, base plate, and a Technic plate, and then I throw jumpers on top so I can swap out 16 by 16 plates.
Now, are those just a standard base plate, or are those the gray ones?
What do you mean standard versus gray? They're just the color doesn't matter. They're 32 by 32 base plates, and I use 4 of them for each section.
I was wondering if they were the 48 by 48s, the big gray ones.
Oh no, sorry, they're 64 by 64.
Oh, okay, so they're 2 put together, two standards together, so 2 by 2 square.
2 by 2.
Yeah, okay.
2 by 2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've got the roller disco is 2 by 3, and that's together. I mean that. Because
again, everything's based off those bins that I've got. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, those
2 by 2 fits
bins.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody should 3D print those babies.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be strong enough.
Yeah, maybe not. Let's get a metal 3D printer.
I was looking at, I think, was it Brick Set did a review of the new flowers set, and there are like 4 or 5 new pieces in that set that I haven't seen before. Like 2 or 3 of them are floral, and there's a new tripod which is used for the telescope in the new CMF for the astronomer kid. But it looks like a grass piece, except I think it's a uniform width and it's uniform length on the 3 prongs. So that might be extremely useful. We shall see.
Oh, they already got stuff out there for March release. Oh, look at this. Yeah, just what we want for Christmas time is stuff for next year already. We can't
they shouldn't tell us anything until next year, Reed.
Well, no, I just, it's kind of hard to give it out for Christmas, though.
Sorry to hear that, Brett. Must be stormy in the Atlantic this week or today.
There's getting some snow. Yeah,
Another character.
So, thank you for bringing that up. We should talk about Skeleton Crew. So, Jesse, did you see the 3rd episode or any of the episodes of Skeleton Crew?
First 2. 3rd one does not. I think I did.
That came out on Tuesday night.
I'm pretty sure I did. I forget.
You actually get introduced to Jude Law's character. It's because the end of episode 2, it's just you get a cameo of him, and then episode 3, he's in the whole episode.
He takes him somewhere. I forget.
Yeah, remember the owl thing?
The owl thing. Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's what I needed to hear.
Yeah,
yeah. That was I mean, for the kiddie, like they're trying to appease both audiences, and I think they're gonna be lucky if the adult super fans like this type of show. And I think so far it's not turning me off at all. It's kind of a Goonies meets Star Wars for sure.
Yeah, and the first 2 episodes, my only thought was, don't mess this up. Like, don't do something stupid. Don't have a dumb plot line. Like, don't mess up the Star Wars universe. And they didn't. And I think it's been decent, and I'm enjoying it more. I mean, Jude Law is a great actor, so he adds quite a bit, and the kids haven't messed it up either. So the kids seem realistic. It seems like kids would actually do.
So I mean, we'll figure out what their planet, what their work is, but that's one way to hide until the very end. How it might mess with the Star Wars canon is like, oh, there's this planet that's never been discovered.
Well, and I think the explanation in the 3rd episode was pretty well done too. It's like, oh, this is why this this happens. So
Mm-hmm.
we shall see.
Michelle.
Yeah. Did you ever watch Halo?
No.
I'm like halfway through the first season. I don't know if there is more than 2 seasons, but Disney for the longest time had we're going to have a really annoying young character in our series, and that's going to be be our plot device for everything. That was Ahsoka. That was what's his name in Rebels, and that was the kid in Resistance. And it's such an annoying way to do it. And they kind of are doing the same thing in Halo somewhat. And they did the same thing with the girls in the Acolyte. So Halo, it's more of a distraction. It's not the whole series. It's just kind of annoying that there's yet another annoying young character that makes stupid decisions and doesn't make sense as a character.
Yeah, they got the full team of kids that are pissing each other off, and
just annoying the watchers too. Because Rebels, I got so annoyed with the kid and Zeb that just did stupid things, and that was one of the big detractors from that series in my mind. But
yeah,
and Ahsoka was the downfall of Clone Wars, and the horribly written storylines for the first 3 or 4 seasons, and then she became the best part of it in the second half of the series.
I watched Secret Level just now. It's Prime. The guys that produced Love, Death, and Robots.
Oh, that was
a bunch of video game shorts. One's
nice.
Dragons, and one's Warhammer, and a bunch of other. Pac-Man is one with like a super dark twist. It was pretty funny.
I will definitely have to watch that, because Love, Death, and Robots, I would say it was probably a 50-50 between purposeful and kind of throwaways, but there were some of those that were really good. So I will definitely watch that then.
Yeah, I think people will be talking about the Pac-Man one, because you're like, how are they going to make Pac-Man dark?
Mm-hmm.
You must be hungry. Those dudes are dope. That's why I opened the whole set.
Yeah, those guys are pretty cool. And they never really went down in price, because I was watching them the whole time. And they always stuck at the like $10 to $15 range. And I didn't want to pay that much for them.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have like the simpler guy, that guy, cheaper, like I don't know, without the mask. I hate to say.
Yeah. Yep. Something
you could have more. You could army build like the cheaper guys, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm dreading the next CMF series, because the only thing I want a lot of is the Wolfpack character, and that's all anyone else is going to want too.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Simpsons.
And yeah, see, the wolves will be really cool, but I actually want the torsos more than the wolves. Every time they redo, so the Wolfpack figure in the mill, or in the village square or whatever, the figures are fantastic, because they redid a couple. They redid the Wolfpack, and then the purple guy is really cool, and then some of the extra torsos. But my armies will change depending on what new figure comes out. Like the the new Bat Knight was awesome because I was able to use parts in 3 different armies and really improve my figures. So I'm always watching for those. But it'll be nice to have a commensurate number of wolves to go with all the torsos and bodies I want. Yeah, that's what most of my time has been spent on these days is actually legs. I'm working on getting legs for all my figures. I never used to really do that, and now I'm picking through different legs that are out there. And there's not the greatest variety, so I'm always looking for new things that come up. And those legs will go well with the wolf. Well, that's where I use the legs from the Bat Lord, I think, on my Dragon Master figures, I think. If I can find it right now.
Okay. Mr. Burns. Mr. Montgomery Burns. Missing his fish. Scratchy's missing something.
Reed, do you have any questions for D stuff before I leave?
No, should be good.
So, use the legs and torso from the Bat Lord for my Dragon Master, one of my Dragon Master soldiers. So that worked out well. And then I used the helmet on my Bat Lord figure. So looks a lot cooler than the old one did. Hello, Lawrence.
Larry's here.
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Yeah, got a new
Is
computer.
this your new computer you're on?
Yeah, new computer.
I was
Oh,
thinking-
true. The Pirate Princess I'll need a multiple of. You're right.
You look actually almost better. It looks good. Maybe.
No, it's a Lenovo, just like the one I had to send
Don't
back.
don't listen to Reed. You look just the same, Larry.
Great. Hi, Jesse.
Hey.
Did you? I found the violin.
Oh, okay.
Violin.
It was the violin kid from the CMF had one.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Bard.
I'll have to, look for
Bard.
my-
He's
Bard.
a fiddler.
Does he stick to the roofs?
Yeah. It's about where he likes to hang out.
Yeah.
Alicia made a character, so give her some options on elves.
Ah,
Big bash.
Nice. What hair is that from?
who is that?
I think it's Lex Luthor female version.
Oh,
From the-
Supergirls.
yeah.
Lexi. I don't know.
I don't remember what set she was in. Maybe the high school, maybe.
You getting snow there, Larry?
nope.
No? Wow.
No,
Cold
nothing.
weather?
Ooh, that's on. It's a little cold. It was actually kind of nice tonight. Had to run down to the store, and I was just wearing this light hoodie.
Wow. We've been sitting around 0, and then the negatives of wind chill the last couple of days. So
Yeah,
Fun.
it's been real fun up here.
Mhm.
Warmed
I
up
mean,
to
it's
snow.
it's 35. It's 35 degrees, so it's.
it's balmy.
I mean, for Coloradans, that's pretty balmy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we got nothing coming up in the next week. Boring. Wonder if nope, doesn't quite go out to Christmas yet.
And that's coming up so quickly.
Dude, I know.
I'm gonna pop out, make sure my cameras and stuff are ready for homebrew. brew.
Cuckoo.
Oh,
You guys are
later.
Have fun. Have a good night, Jesse.
See you, Kevin.
See you a little bit.
Let's see here. I don't see.
Yeah, I forgot I think we leveled up, and I'm supposed to do some stuff. Maybe add some spells.
You don't.
Can I add spells? Can I add spells?
Experience points are unnecessary.
Why is everything?
What are your thoughts on Skeleton Crew?
You know, when I watched it the first time, when it was called, I don't know what it was called, but when Star Trek Animated did the same thing, a group of kids stumble upon a starship and they just managed to launch it off into space and get lost. Yeah, that already happened before. It was. Okay.
I have not. I don't watch Star Trek, so I've not seen that. When did that come out?
Oh, several years ago. Let's see here. What is it called? They actually got Kate Mulgrew to come back and voice a holographic Captain Janeway.
Well, you know, Skeleton Crew's been in production for like 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Star Trek Prodigy?
Yes.
That only came out 3 years ago. That was in production the same time this was.
Well, it's all about timing, I guess.
Yeah. It's kind of like when...
Although Lower Decks is a Star Trek show that's actually pretty damn funny.
Was it Hidalgo and that other horse movie came out at the same time? And then... Yeah, there were 2 other movies that came out as well. Right around that same period that were essentially the same movie.
Mm-hmm.
Not seeing it. Interesting. Hey, Big Nate, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, so I did complete that. I got to figure out what accessory he's supposed to have.
Cruise issue, but if the enemy levels up, you probably want to level up too.
Yeah, leveling up is good because you get more stuff and things.
Oh, do you?
All about the spells.
Didn't realize that. Oh,
It's all about
you're
all
a
about
spell
the gold.
caster, right?
Yeah.
It's all about the gold and the shiny stuff.
Only 4 more months to Andor.
Really?
April
That show
21st.
Loves so much that you want to marry it.
It's the week before some Lego show is going on, I think.
I thought that
The
just
Tuesday
started.
before.
Talking about the Lego Masters Holiday Bricktacular.
No, there's some Colorado show coming up in April, I think.
I know nothing of it.
We heard it was supposed to be good, but yeah.
We'll see.
Hey, it did look like the website was up because one of the guys at our meeting had opened up the website. I was like, oh wow! The last time I checked, it hadn't been up. Oh, cool!
It is up? Question mark. They're like live testing it right now. I haven't heard from Nikki if it's like.
Oh, okay.
If all the stuff is out and if people can actually buy tickets yet.
Oh, okay. Well, no, one of David Hope, one of our members who's in Iowa, who goes out to Colorado a lot, was like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "Yep." So I was like, "Yep." So we were. He pulled it up while we were talking about it because I keep talking about it in the meetings. So I say, "Yep." I needed X. This can never have too much. Oh, cool. Nice. Other things. Let's look at this. full bag series.
There she is.
24.
Why did you know my birthday?
Because they do. This was a bunch of miscellaneous stuff, I think, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not too happy about codes of conduct. This is Brixalopes. This is Brixalopes.
So, let's see, not that one. I want. Is that Series 24? Series 24. Oh, that's 24. Oh, crap. Okay. Well, I know I have a boatload of that, guys.
Zero.
Series 24. This is the other.
What would you want your custom brick to say?
What the hell is that? So much crap everywhere. Wow, this is insane. Series 24.
How big would a custom brick be, do you think? Like a 1x8?
What?
It would be a 1x8. Very interesting. And what would you want to put on it other than just your name?
What did I miss? What are we talking? What kind of brick are we talking about?
I'm asking what would be an example of what one would put on their custom brick.
Yeah, name, city, lug.
You're muted, so can't hear anything if you're saying anything.
I'm. They could put their Instagram handle on it.
True.
Or like their online persona name.
One of my silly names. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that badge with all his silly names would be, to the floor with all the ones he used on the
They're
different shows.
just temporary titles. They're not silly names.
Maybe I'll have to get a shirt screen print with all the ones. I'll have to go back and watch all the episodes and see all the names. Be like, yep, this is Kevin.
So if there's brick text 1 and 2, is it both on the same brick or is it on two separate bricks? Yeah, it says me. I assume it would be on a single brick. Oh, two separate bricks. Interesting. Interesting. I think what would make sense for that? I know what to put on it. Perfect. I don't know that I have one of those. I agree.
The season pass. That's kind of cool. I don't think I can make to both of them though. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yay. I have to build some trophies for tomorrow because we're having our DENLUG end of the year extravaganza.
Actually, I could have pulled out my thing from last thing because it's sitting in the bag.
Don't pull out your thing.
My
Don't
sled.
be a big boy.
my alternate my Santa's alternate way of transporting. I used the Versus
tunnels.
I used my Versus ride thing that we built. Remember we did that Versus challenge, Larry, with the goat set a while back. We did that with the goat set, the Iron Man, the
Thor boat.
Thor. Yeah, the Thor boat.
Yeah.
So I used that and just made it a sleigh. Reused it, took out the back seat, became just a cover for the back of the sleigh, and bedazzled some Master Wu Battle Dragons and built a runway, and that was my White Dragon Express. Huzzah! Yeah. I don't know. The other thing I've been using the Versus. So.
Bye, Nikki.
Bye, Nikki. Probably be losing Larry too, I'm guessing.
Yeah. I'll give it 2 more minutes.
Good to see you again. It's been months.
I know, Kevin. I was just thinking about you the other day, how I should call you. And then the feeling went away.
Yeah, it's fleeting at best.
No, dude, I've got a big heaping teaspoon of life lately.
Yeah.
I told you I got laid off.
I heard.
Yeah. That, my dad's in the hospital. I had to
Oof, that's no good.
I had to send my other son back to Washington State for bad behavior.
Ooh.
Yeah,
lots going on then.
Yeah. And,
yeah.
Got a little convention thing to work on.
Yeah, I figured that was keeping me busy too. It seems like just a busy time of year. There's a lot more going on.
I mean, it is normally. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let alone Christmas season.
Exactly. That goes there.
Almost there. Almost there. It's away. Negative, just packed it on the surface.
What movie is that from?
I think it's Home Alone 3.
Home Alone 3?
I thought it was Home Alone 4.
Kevin. Silly Billy.
Yeah, I gotta watch Die Hard soon. It's one of my Christmas movies.
Yeah. There was a great me and my friends. If you were on the Instagram, I would have sent it to you, Kevin.
I technically am. I just never am.
But it was like, be sure to leave a pack of smokes, some shoes, a Twinkie, and something in your ventilation for John McClane.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
So funny.
Such a good movie.
Okay, that's series 24, all those crazy orcs.
Yeah, one is the only one I ever need to watch, and I didn't really care for it until my wife loves it, and now my kids really enjoy it, so I don't mind it anymore. But that was never one of the movies we watched growing up, but I don't need to watch 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah, I don't watch one. I never watched it. Not a big fan of that movie.
I ended up watching Blue-Eyed Samurai. Did you watch that, Larry?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I liked it.
I liked it, but it was a little too overpowered in the second half of the season.
A little bit.
So it was still good.
missed that part.
And I started watching Halo, which has been decently enjoyable. Better than I expected, but I'm about halfway through the season, I think.
Gotcha.
Detective, Boxer, Gangster, Series.
Yeah, for Christmas movies, I need to watch a version of Scrooge. Usually it's Scrooge or
Yes.
Scrooged is okay as well.
I like Scrooged.
And then even the Muppet Christmas Carol is acceptable to me. Something that gets that story across. And then The Ref is one I like to watch as well, but I don't watch that one very often because I can't watch it with the kids, and my wife is not that interested in it.
The which one?
The Ref. It's with Dennis Leary and Kevin Spacey, and
that's a Christmas movie?
It is. He's a burglar that breaks into their house during Christmas and ends up, and they're in the middle of getting a divorce, and he has to referee between the two of them.
Ah.
It's pretty enjoyable. And White Christmas is okay, but I can watch that every 10 years and be fine.
Right.
I'd rather watch, even though it's a very long movie, It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
I'll watch it every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, we always watch. Usually by now we will have watched Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
That's always a must. Seriously?
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of Christmas Story.
Yeah, I can only handle that one about it once every 4 years or so.
Trying to think what other ones. Well, like I think there are some traditional ones I would watch as like White Christmas. I've never seen Miracle on 34th Street.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
I assume it must be with how much people like it.
Yeah. We do. I mean, I don't know. I could probably go without watching the Santa Claus movies.
Oh, Family Stone is another one we watch pretty much every year now.
Family Stone.
Mm-hmm. And there's definitely some plot issues with it, but it's enjoyable overall. It has the coach, the guy that played Coach from Coach.
Mm-hmm.
And then what's her name from The Notebook? And
Never seen that movie.
You've never seen The Notebook? What?
Nope.
Wow.
Because I'm a dude.
Shut up, Larry.
Dude.
And then Luke Wilson's in it, and Sarah Jessica Parker from Sex and the City. Yeah, Thanksgiving for us is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles and Home for the Holidays. So those are all the Thanksgiving movies we need.
What's the one with not the Santa Claus, but the other Tim Allen and Jamie Lee Curtis, Christmas with the Cranks? Is that?
Oh, I've never seen that one.
Yeah, pretty good. It's got a lot of people you'd recognize in it.
The other one I have to watch, which is barely a Christmas movie, is called Scavenger Hunt. It's from the 70s. And Vincent Price plays is a
Vincent Price,
a board game millionaire that dies and leaves his estate to whoever wins the scavenger hunt, and it's set during Christmas time, so it's kind of like It's a Mad World if you've ever seen that.
Yeah.
Rat Race if you've seen that. So it's enjoyable. It's got Face from A-Team in it, and Tony Curtis and Arnold Schwarzenegger has a cameo, and Meatloaf has a cameo. All sorts of people in it.
Well, it's D&D time.
Thanks for joining us, and thanks for sticking around for a little while.
Yeah, sure. It's been a minute.
Later.
That's
Have
all
a
I
good
got.
night.
As far as I got on my trophy.
Nice. Have fun. Hope you don't die.
I hope I don't die either. Bye.
Hope you don't die.
All right, I'm gonna have to get going as well. I gotta deliver my daughter's friend home and get the kids to bed. So,
Okay, sounds good.
are you playing tonight or no?
No, I mean he's got that new homebrew, so
Mm.
I mean it sounds like Alicia created a new character. I don't know how many he wants to play with, so that's kind of the kicker too. And it sounds like he kind of wants to be there when you create it and everything. So I mean, I don't know. I like the Chaos Crew, and I mean I'm kind of still. I kind of want to finish that so I can maybe figure out maybe if I want to have a storyline that builds into something. I don't. I mean, I'm sure they could use the voice, but I mean, if I pick a voice for something new, it's probably not going to be anything as good as what I've had before. It'll probably be something more annoying. So it probably won't.
Yeah.
Be. So
yeah, and it's too late for me because during the week I have to be up at like 4:30 or 5. So if I do this on the weekend, it just messes up my whole schedule, or I'm falling asleep during the whole thing. So.
Oh, so you don't think you'd play again at all, or?
I might at some point, but I'm not going to get into a long-term campaign. I'm like, unless it could end at like 11, which is not really feasible. That won't be a 2-hour session.
I was thinking the next one was going to start at 9. Actually, I thought he was going to push it back.
Yeah,
and it's not. I mean, technically, everybody in this current one so far is central to West Coast. There's no Mel on this one, so there's no later time frame. So I was thinking he was going to start at 9, but obviously that didn't play out.
Well, I would think from people spectating it as well, having an hour later, you're going to get less people watching. So,
well, I mean, but the other thing too is if I don't play, you're not guaranteed that everybody from here is going to go there. Because
I know.
So, it's. I mean, to me, it's one of those things where I liked playing. I mean, plus he made it seem like this was a lot more deeper role play. I mean, just the description was kind of like, I'm like, I don't know. I mean, to me, it sounds like they can do a lot of stuff might happen even while they're offline type stuff, which is fine, or stuff while we're playing with Chaos Crew, that's fine too. It's just, to me, I don't know. I mean, I did a couple of small one time the one shots, they were okay, but to create, I don't know. I'm still up in the air. I'm
using the same character over time versus creating new. Like when I was younger, I did a lot more. I'm going to try this character. I'm going to try this character, and now I prefer to stick with a character or a storyline and get engaged in that versus here's another character, here's a one shot. So.
Well, and that's the thing is I'd like to tie all mine together. Technically, with what I did in that Vecna, I almost killed any future storyline with Prontero. So it's kind of those things like, oh my God, what am I doing? But to me, also, it's how you describe it. So like he had said, you dropped your sword. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll grab it in a little bit. But when he didn't say, as if he said, oh, you dropped your sword, the villain. The Death Knight actually had grabbed it and pushed it behind him into the sphere. I'd have dove after it then, which means the rest of the party without a tank would have had to kill the rest of the Death Knight. So, I mean, it's all about describing what's happening. Had he said what really had happened, if I was going to die for it after the combat, I would have dove for it right away. I thought it was on the ground, so it was.
Yeah, you'll always run into situations like that where it's like, well, if I'd known that, I would have done this differently, right?
Yeah.
So
to me, and so that's I want to finish that before I kind of move on, and actually what's wild is you'll laugh because I forgot real quick before I wasn't doing my damage right. Had I been doing my damage correctly, I missed one of the bonuses. My cop would have been killed. Again, he would have died again because I was like, oh crap, I was supposed to be adding like a +1 to all my hits or a +2, and I'm like, oh crap, I wasn't doing that, and so. Yeah. So, but I don't know.
Well,
yeah.
Are you doing the sword on Sunday?
Oh my God, that's right. Is that the Sunday? I forgot about that. Yeah, I probably should put that on my schedule. Yeah, I should. I mean, I don't have any reason why I shouldn't be doing it.
I may be there, so we'll see.
I
may be there. We'll see.
Okay.
I'm trying to make it there if I can. So,
did you participate in either one, the LGMS or the both?
Train.
Train.
Yeah. So.
Well, Yeah. I mean, is it, are you planning on doing a lot of that for like doing a big train section or what?
Yeah. Yep. I'll have to. So, all right. I got to get going.
Later. Have a good night.
Bye, Reed. Bye, everyone. Chat. Good seeing you. Hopefully, I'll see you next week as well. Have a good week.
Yeah. You'll see me.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, let's see. Oh. And he's alone again. Well, you know what's funny, guys, too? I forgot to tell everybody. Actually, this last week, I actually, at some point earlier in the week, what's today? Today's Friday. Like, was it maybe Monday? Sunday or Monday? I've been having some pain in my mouth. I got a tooth that needs to come out, but I was having some issues, and so I'm taking Advil, and I finally picked some Oragel up, and I put some on my tooth, and like literally, like I don't know, must have been maybe it was Monday. Was it Monday? Monday, the thing just Chipmunk Reed. Oh yeah, this is great. I'm like freaking big, huge swelling on the right side, and so I'm on antibiotics, but that's got to go down before they can take it. And it's pretty much mostly gone. I've been on it for about 3 days. I stopped by yesterday and they said, yep, the swelling has to go down to get a look at, but yeah, the swelling's going down and whatnot. So it's going good. 1 second. Hold that thought. So
what a disaster.
Yep, it is a disaster. Yep. So, So that's kind of getting better, but that was the highlight of my week, and so it's been kind of trying to be gentle with that. So, but other than that, I mean, you guys can't really see it. The camera's facing the other direction now. But I'm actually kind of digging through CMFs. I mean, you guys have seen it. I got all these bags on the couch. Kind of been going through them all. Found some more Series 5s. I already had kind of gone through it. Trying to figure out what I got for complete sets. And as you heard for the White Elephant we did on Sunday night, this last Sunday for the meeting, I actually threw a bunch of the CMS because I've been going through them. And I was like, well, you know what? I'll just throw a bunch of these into the mix. And, I guess I should have wrapped the present. It might have gotten opened a little sooner, which would have been interesting. Because, yeah, I mean, somebody had it. A couple people opened stuff after it. And then eventually somebody stole it. And then somebody else stole it. And then I think for us, it's 2 steals and it's done. So basically, I ended up with the friends, what do you call it? The little, whatever, greenhouse type thing, whatever. I got that set. I mean, I kind of grabbed that. Any extra skunks and goats. You know what? And actually, what's wild is I think I saw two of those weird boxes at the Fleet Farm. So out here we got the Fleet Farm. Fleet Farm actually in their ad showed these figs like in their ad. And I walked into the store, and of course the ad, nothing works with scanning it. And there were 2 boxes were kind of mutilated or kind of damaged. Didn't do it. I mean, I might have to check some of the Fleet Farms around here, but now we're getting so close to Christmas they might be gone. But yeah, those had the small barcodes so they wouldn't scan, and so I'll have to look. I mean, all my skunks are kind of with all my stuff. I did actually, that was one of the series. I think I actually had, what's funny is the series 24s. No, just maybe later. Remember, that's probably your second scooping today already.
Well, that can't be. There's nothing out of here.
Yeah, there's a little bit right there. You already had the first one. Well, make me a small bowl over there on the thing. I'll take a little bit. So collectible series 24, I have like the orcs. I think I have 15. Actually, you know what I could do is here. We could do this real quick here. We'll show this. We'll do. I was doing this the other day. So let's do this. We'll do this. So here. So we'll share this. So this is this will show you, give you an idea of how much I have of these guys. So, Night Protector 51. I think that's enough. That'll work. Yep. So 51 Night Protectors. So these are the amount that are owned that I have. The Rogue says 50. I had 50. I think I sold 20 to Pop's Block Shop. But of the 50, I think I have yeah, so I don't know. It might be. I mean, I have to look and see because I have a bunch open. This was one of the forces at one point. Fright Night, 38. Dragon Suit Guy, 30. Now the Ranger, it says 27. I think I'm closer to 35. Dragonborn says 26, but I don't have that many because I know a bunch of them were for Kevin, for Wagner. I think I might have maybe close to 10. I have one sitting here that I got from a guy in the lug for taking him to the one show. Orion, 21, but he has the trans purple stuff, like the shield, the club, and then I can't remember if the hair is attached to the head or not. No, it must not be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for the plate, 7 pieces. So the hair must be separate. So 21 of that. The Centaur Warrior, which will be a Centaur. I mean, it was an Ice Tar recently, but I think Ralph said we're pretty much going to go all original for the shows, and so maybe we'll see. Might have a Centaur. We might have Ice Tars again. We'll see. Tiger Woman had 19. Oh, Downhill Skier says 18, and I don't know where they're all at. Heroic Knight, 17. Yeah, I know I have that. Alien, 17. I know I have those somewhere. Dog Sitter, 16. Do you have these guys? Do you have these dogs? You know, did you get these dogs? Because this thing, I have like 16 of this guy, so I know these are bagged up. So if you don't have these dogs, Mark, let me know. Evil Knight, 15. Frightening Knight, I wish I'd gotten more of these just because of that one bear shield. Wish I'd have gotten more of him. 15 of him. Marachi, 15. Because at the time, the guitar. 2 of those? You want 2 of those? Okay. And then of this one because of the nice instrument, whatnot. So I did 15 of him. 15 of the Orc. Which is good because I do have some people that have Orc that I battle. The Bandit was 13. Series 6, so I know I used him a lot. Mr. Good and Evil, 13. He was used. 6 or 7 were used in one of the early shows. I don't know what 13, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Oh, you know what? Random bag. Well, you know what? I don't. Because those are here. I don't think I own 13 random. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that 13 or that? 17. I can feel those, so I'm not going to do that one. Banana Guy, I got 12 of him. Royal Guard, I got 11. And those guys, I think I found 8 or so of them I just found in the Series 5. That's what I'm going through right now. Weapons are not in here, but they've been used a few times. Wildlife Photographer, got 11 of him. Probably all the penguins are probably not with this guy. But I have lots of this penguin, and I have lots of the Friends penguin because I opened a bunch of Friends sets. Best Friend, I got 11 of him. Rapper, I did 10 because of the boombox. I mean, I guess the hat probably is unique. I don't know if the hat ended up. Some of the stuff ended up like in BAM and stuff. So this is kind of cool. So I got 10 of him. Probably 1 or 2 are open. I don't know why I've got this too. 15 random, 10 random. Nothing. I shouldn't have any random. Farmers, I got 10 of these guys because I wanted the pig. Yeah, I wanted the pig, so I got a bunch of the farmers. Oh, and I got to hunt down her. I have not found her in all these. It says I got 10 of this with these pink flamingos. Probably one I wish I had a lot more, but pretty cool there. Librarian, I got 9. Gosh, the librarian is worth a fair amount these days too, I think. 20. Jester, 9. There you go. There's your skunk person. 9. I got 9 of them. Oh, I might be able to. I'll have to hunt. The skunks are all in the animal pack, so I got to hunt those down. Vacation Batman, I had a bunch. Probably because of the floatee, not the floating device. Pirate Girl, 9. 22. Nice. Tiefling Sorcerer at 9. Probably because it had the little dragon in there. I don't know if I have all of those still. Hippie was 8. Probably did it because of the purple legs at the time. Stupid mistake. DJ 8. Villainous Alien. Yeah, pretty cool. Trendsetter bought it probably because of the Chihuahua, and then in the end, it maybe the phone, who knows, and then it shows up all over the place. So it was kind of crazy. Well, for my brothel, I need to have a bunch of Wild West wild styles. I have to just change the head and the hair a little bit, and got an interesting shark suit guy, 8. Pink Power Batgirl, 8. Corncob guy, 8. Dobby, I have 8. What? How the hell do I have 8 of him? No way. There's no way. Really? I got to look at that. I don't believe that for a minute. Snow Guardian, only 8. Only 8 of this guy. Only found 8 of him. But he's pretty cool. He'd work to have. I can probably part with 1. I'll have to see. Horse and Groom. This one, I think. This one says I got 8 of that one. Falconer, 8 of this one. Probably was hoping I got more. Was getting that one. Spacewalking Astronaut, because we have our moon base. Did 8 of those. Space Alien, he was cool. I have a few of them. Punk Rocker, because of the guitar, probably the hair. Hazmat Guy was pretty cool back in the day. Bought him just because of the stuff. Graduate, which I'm kind of freaking seeing right now. I got a bunch of graduates. I don't know why I got all the graduates, but it says I got 7 of them. So, Lady Liberty, 7 of her. Lederhosen guy. Bumblebee. Wizard. One of the cooler printed wizards, just, Buy them all for the stuff that you'd never think you'd really need. Rockstar guy, bought him probably for his guitar. Wacky Witch, Black Cat. I don't know if they've done a Black Cat in some of the other stuff. I don't know. I have to go back and look. Red Spider, Spidey Lady from the Monsters. Definitely bought him for his outfit and his guitar. Yeah, lots of good stuff. I mean, there's, Wow, since I got 7 of that one. Well, I've been going through that one, and I have not seen 7. I wonder if I had them for someone else. No, it doesn't say that. Early mariachi with the maracas, yeah. So yeah. Spartan only up with 6. That was the one where I think that guy was hard to get for a while back in the day. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones out there. Farrell probably bought for the staff. And see, some of him ended up in the BAM. Like, I know the helmet did. Can't remember if his body parts did. Gangster. See, an army built back then. Pig, look at a piggy guy. Says I got 6 of him. Need a pig? Need a large pig with your small pigs? Of course, there's a reason they have ice queens. Fairy Batman, Elephant. Newt probably because of the platypus. All of them did. What? All of them did what? Oh, all of them ended up in there? The staff too? Really? I don't remember the staff ending up in there. Llama Guy, Viking. A cool premonition for the Viking set. I have 6 of him. Forest Elf because of the thing. Koala for the conservationist. Yeah, so there's some good ones. Other Witch, Mummy. Evil Dwarf, yeah. See, Leprechaun, probably wish I'd bought more of him. Yeah, see the red cheerleader in Series 8. So you got another cheerleader. Yeah, bought stuff for different reasons. Definitely didn't Army build as much back in the day. So I got an Elf Maiden. 5 of her. So not bad. Harry Potter. See, and I thought there was a Harry Potter one that I had that was a bunch of. See, the first Harry Potter series, I think I have a bunch of duplicates. See, this is the one. It says I got 5. I have not been able to locate all 5. Huh. I must have a couple assembled somewhere. Because these are really expensive. Those guys are the ones I think are just crazy expensive. Yeah, $50. You believe that? Something that originally cost $5. That is insane. Crazy. I probably wish I bought more of him. Series 20 though. 2020. So that would have been, yeah, that was the, pandemic and all that stuff. And that was, no longer discount. Hunting probably was a little tougher. I found a few of them, but I don't think I had as much luck with that guy as I did with some of the other stuff. Yeah, I mean, I do too. I mean, he's really expensive. So definitely, if I need make money, I guess I sell him, I guess. I got a couple of him, probably because of the anniversary tile and stuff. Bird Watcher. Well, I don't have 5 of this anymore, I'm pretty sure. I miss those old minifigure accessory packs. These guys were pretty cool. So this was a neat one. The Hawaiian one. I do not have 5 of that anymore. Wow, that's under collectible minifigs? Crazy. Cheerleader. Now, Cheerleader ended up in the BAM, but the pom-poms did not. So all of the rest of her did. At least I never saw the pom-poms if they ended up in there. Popstar, I think her parts have ended up there, except for Lawn Gnome, Hockey Player, Zookeeper, the Monkey. I think that's why. Snowboard Guy, 4. I was just looking at that. I think I've got a couple more here. Got 2 built, one's missing. One of the band packs, yeah. Minotaur, wish I'd gotten more of him back in the day. Bride. Forest Maiden, this is the one that, this is pretty good too. I didn't get very many of her. Huh. I did get one of these. I did luckily get the Team Great Britain pack. That was kind of cool. Band packs, I got one of the band packs. Let's see, I won't list it here. Oh, Combine pack. Is that what I'm looking at? Minifigures says I had 5. This one I had a bunch of it back in the day. It says I'm down to 2. I might have 2. I think if I do have 2, each one is they're 2 different blister packs, so they look different. This one I have one of this one still. Wow, it went down. I thought it was a lot higher at one point. This is only $34. This was 2012. Wow, $34, huh? Wow. I thought it was more than that at one time. It's 15, so it's only doubled in price. But one point I thought it was more than that. Warriors minifigure collection, huh? I do have some of the old ones of these, but I don't know what they call them. I don't know what theme that would have been under. Definitely not Bricks and More. But they had those old packs of minifigures. I don't remember. Let me go to my sets. Oh, please don't tell. Okay, owned. Sets. Lots of dimension stuff. I gotta figure out how to liquidate some of that stuff eventually. Do have one of the. I think I have 2013. I thought I had the one before that too. I thought there was one before that too, I think. And I don't have some of this other stuff. Some of the stuff I think I got rid of. Microfighters, I might have a bunch of those. Speed champions. Yeah. Old speed champions. Oh, yeah. And a Scooby-Doo. I have a bunch of the Scooby-Doo still. One plane, one van, one haunted lighthouse, one mystery mansion. Wow, look at that. 276. Went for $90 because of Velma. Just because of Velma. So that one might sit in the collection for a while. Bought it because I wanted a Stay Puff and Beetlejuice. Oh, it says I only got one of the Beetlejuice, so I'd have to see. I'll have to think about that. Stay Puff. Stay Puff, they might have a couple of him. Oh, they don't list them all here, so I must not have them all listed. This might not be as good of a collection situated as I'm supposed to have. And like I said, I mean it's shifted over time. So yeah, see, I don't even think that's right. It was from 19. But the 4 windows or the 3s? Wow, if that's the 3s, I got 3 of those. Wow, crazy. Oh yeah, and I picked up an astronomy tower, I think recently, cheap, by about half off. See, a lot of the stuff some of the stuff I've sold, some stuff I haven't, some stuff has. Well, let's see here. I'll be doggone. Lots of the newer Speed Champion stuff. Definitely have a lot of those. I got Smog somewhere. Oh, I have some of the old Lone Ranger sets too. A couple of those. Oh, I know I don't have those. TMNT, those I got to get rid of. I don't think this is up to date. Oh. Seeing all this weird stuff. Some I have, some I don't. I think I gave some of this to my sister. Oh, these guys. So the vintage, these guys are what I have a bunch of. So the vintage minifigure collection. Series 1, 2 of them. Series 2, 2 of them. I think I still have both those. Series 3, 1. Series 4, 1. And Series 5, the women, 1. So these are pretty cool back when they did these. This is 2009. So this is right when I got back into Lego. They were $18, so they weren't cheap. You know, they've been maybe around that $15 mark. They might have sold about $3 a fake. They probably would have gone. So yeah, there you go. Yellow Space Guy, Black Falcon, and you got Black and White Spaceman, and Red Spaceman, Octane Fireman. Yeah, so. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, crap, guys. I know, entertained I can keep you tonight. It's just crazy. Yeah, Brick Slopes. Brick Slopes. Pretty cool. Okay. That's about it. Yeah, I mean those like I collected them just because. Oh shoot! You know what? My mom gave me ice cream. It's kind of a milkshake now. They were cool back in the day, so I figured I'd probably open them, use the figs or something. Never did. Sitting in the collection still. Oh, so let me see. Did I have that? I had a list too at one point. Make a new one, I guess. What do we got here? Oh, that was two of the dog sitter. So yeah, I mean, I was buying city stuff back in the day. For my friend, because I was going to city with a friend. And that has since gone down the tank, so that I don't know what's going to happen now. So might start liquidating a boatload of city sets, which everybody knows. That's probably what I have the most of anything. Any theme other than CMFs would be city. Tons of city. Gobs of city. That I need to build a city, one of the two. I have the parts for it. I mean, I have parts to build all kinds of stuff. Maybe once I build this train corner, I might have to be, maybe I'll have to build like one standard corner and then build some small corners. I mean, the kicker is I got to figure out how to do my storage, get my storage reorganized again. I mean, when I was in Colorado, my apartment had with the shelves around it, and I probably have pictures floating around somewhere, but finding all my pictures is crazy half the time. But I had shelving, and it went all the way around the room, and I had a bridge, and the bridge might be, no, it's different. But I built a bridge using the panels and the plates, but I also had the big Technic piece. It was like, it's for the cranes, but it was also the orange ones that were in the Exo4 space. And so those I put through the center, Technic pins on the 4 points, plates on top and bottom. And it was pretty sturdy. I mean, the bridge still sagged a little bit, but with a 5-car red passenger train, it still went across and didn't. I mean, and I have one of those city sets still. Let me see. Oh, really? It's going to let me do all that stuff? Oh, that's crazy. Okay. No, I don't. That's not me, though. I'm looking for. Oh, let's see. Let's see if they have this. Let's see if this is in here. Oh, I gotta go all the way back down through here again. Oh, that's not it either. Yeah, where have you been all night? Well, no, I mean, I wasn't alone. I had, at the beginning, it was Jesse and Brett and Kevin, a silent Kevin, silent movie Kevin. And then Brett dropped, Larry jumped in for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, but Larry and Jesse left for D&D. Wagner had to go. I mean, who knows? He might show up a little bit later. And then, so we were just showing off I'm just working on CMFs here. And so just finished my ice cream. You missed that. Just finished my ice cream. But, yeah. But, hey, you're here. I talked to Michelle earlier this week. I talked to her a little bit. Some customer had spilled some half and half out of a fridge and fell. And I said, well, I can go find somebody to clean this up. He's like, I can't. I was like, no, I can go do that. It's fine because I got to go in the back anyway. So I went in the back and just happened to run into her. And one of the other employees right out the bat said, hey, there's a spill out here. And so can you help? And we talked a little bit, just, asked how everything was doing and, good. She was good. I haven't had, I still don't know how to ask the right question, but, hey, that's me. I just enjoy the conversation. I forget to ask any key pertinent questions, other, the ones that maybe you would be hinting that I should ask, but no. So, but yeah, so, we just got to talk to her a little bit, helped her clean up a little bit, and that was about it. So clean up the mess, but hey, that's kind of how it goes, so I don't know. Life is the way it goes. So, I mean, hey, it happens. So, I don't know. I mean, I still have to, maybe we can talk this weekend. Something's happening at work, and I need to figure out what to do there. So I got to go back and do some pros and cons of some certain things and see about that. I think I'm gonna continue, but I was thinking of maybe kind of, I don't know. Hard to explain. I don't really want to do it here, but yeah. So something came up. Something came up at work. I was kind of taken aback, but I was like, oh, God. Literally 2 months ago, I probably would have said, yep, nope, yep, I'll do it. And then now it's kind of like, now it's like, I don't know. I'm torn. So maybe you and I can talk. We'll text back and forth a little bit. More another angle. No. The person who, I guess the person who took over my route quit. So the person who was doing my driving quit. And so the boss was like, you were saying, and I was like, yeah, I know. A couple months ago, I wanted to just, I was like, yeah, can I go back? Can I go back to driving? But I don't know. I'm doing some neat stuff with the sales. So, I mean, I have a neat special sale to a store that is forwarding it to another place. And I mean, that's a huge order. I mean, that's, the first order was 300 cases. The second order, this just going next week, is 400 cases. And so, is that right? 150 of each. Yeah. 400 cases. So it's like, I'm not a sales guy, so it's definitely not the sales. It must just be my awesome personality. Yeah, I'm doing this every week. So, I get 5 people watching. Can you imagine if I had like a bombshell sitting next to me? Shoot, we'd probably be at 500. But it's one of those things where. So I don't know. There's certain things that I like. It's just because sales and it's commission, it's up and down. I mean, and it's. Some stores don't have a lot of our cheese, which is cheese. I think of as something that you're buying, maybe every week, or maybe a couple times a week, or some of our snacks are like that. But some stores don't have as much of that or any of that, and so it's kind of you're selling not as much stuff, but you're still going there. So the goal is trying to figure out how to make that work. And so now one store did grab a bunch of stuff. They did a rework. The Kroger's did a rework. And so one store got a bunch of extra stuff that they hadn't had there before, and even had a second location of one thing that sells a lot up in the deli. And so that's cool. I mean, to me, it's now this time of year, you got holidays and stuff. I mean, so the big peak times are like Thanksgiving, to New Year's, and then summer, when people are, doing a lot of the picnic and stuff. I mean, other time of the year, it's just kind of standard. So we'll see. I mean, working retail at the Lego store was like a dream come true. I mean, that's, love the brand. And, and I had Kevin to mentor me even before I worked there. So, I mean, it's, you people look at the pictures, look at all the stuff. I mean, this is the spoils from working at Lego. If I didn't work for Lego, would I have this much Lego? No way in heck. No way. Because I mean, at full price, no, not regrets. No, I mean, I enjoyed it. Actually, what's wild is working for LBR actually taught me, making sure, stuff looked a lot better on the shelf and stuff, So instead of having, stuff like this, where you're just, it's like kind of, you can't tell it's, it's frontwards, backwards, whatever. I mean, everything of mine, or better yet, if they're lined up, you got them all facing the right direction, whereas, had I not maybe done that, I might not be as detail oriented in terms of the look, because that was the big thing about Lego, is it had to always look nice. Well, at least when we were working there, it did. I mean, obviously when I went to the store afterwards, lights out all over the places, nothing like when I was there. I mean, Eric would have had a conniption if we'd have light out. Hold on. So, no, I mean, it taught me a lot of cool things. I mean, obviously, like, people skills, probably, people, but I don't manage people. So, I mean, that stuff didn't get better, but, because probably needed help with that, never got told I needed probably help with that. So, I mean, to me, no, I mean, I enjoyed it. Well, I mean, I think it was one of those things where you never knew when you were going to have a visit. So I think what it was there were enough late nights before corporate visits where we're freaking changing the lights, cleaning, dusting, going crazy. I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to be working a 14-hour day only for a corporate visit. If I'm doing a 14-hour day because I'm organizing the storage and stuff, because I want it to be easy to find on a busy Saturday and not have to go, what do you mean you can't find it? It's up there, to an employee. I wanted to be able to go, make sure they can find it. So to me, I think it was one of those things where when they went out, I was on top of it. I didn't want to have to deal with that on a corporate visit where suddenly, DM comes in, hey, how come that light's out? How come that light's out? How it's so dusty? Look at this stuff. I mean, I think that was one of those things where I think that was what, if I stayed an extra 15 minutes when I was salary, I'd stay an extra 20 minutes to fix a light, so that I knew Eric wouldn't yell at me in the morning, or if we didn't have a problem, and knew that I'm not afraid to get up on a ladder, because the ceilings are, 18 feet in the air or whatever the heck they were. I'm not afraid to get on a ladder, and I'll go all the way to the top stand, however I need to stand to get it done, and not afraid of that. Whereas somebody in the morning, if it's somebody who's not a big ladder person, might not want to do that. That's my cable instincts, being up on a 28-foot ladder, strapped to a pole, hearing tornado sirens go off. Yeah, that's boss. Yeah, is there a reason why I'm up on a pole here? I'm hearing the sirens going off in Commerce City. Should I be not up on this pole right now? So, yeah, I mean, it was, certain things. But, yeah, I mean, trust me, when I left and went back on visits, once in a while, I preferred to go to the mills afterwards. But I went a couple times like, oh, my God, really? Okay. Guess it's a double standard now that all the experienced people are gone. Yeah. Well, I mean, if we were more proactive, it didn't. I mean, but Eric might have still done it again because he might not have trusted that we did it anyway. So, yeah, I mean, and I don't know if we checked that list. I don't know if I ever really saw the checklist, to tell you the truth. I mean, I'd have to go back. I mean, I really don't remember if I saw it or whatever, I mean, the only list I know I always saw was a safety audit, and that was the thing that kind of made me mad at the end. But yeah, that's water over the dam at this point. So, and I built the wall at Colorado Mills too. When they switched over, that was kind of cool. As I got to set the wall. That was kind of neat. So, that nice bigger pick a brick wall, that was fun. I mean, there was fun times. There was always fun times. I mean, even setting some of the displays were, fine. It sucked when they made me go from salary to hourly. That pretty much I think from there on, pretty much was going to kill my career at that point, because, you bust your ass to get to salary, and then nobody ever tells you there's issues. And then you go back to hourly. And then, now you get to see all the problems that was never a problem, because I would work a little bit of overtime in the early days, but Eric would say, yeah, we need that stuff done, shipment, whatever, and work a little bit extra, not much, very little. And then once I got to salary, it was like, I did so much stuff. I mean, that's probably why the manager after Eric didn't survive very long, because she was grooming the full-time soup for my position, didn't want me, but probably didn't realize how much work I really was doing. So and he didn't know, the full-time soup didn't know how to do any of that stuff. And I don't know if she even trained him on it. Probably just assumed he knew how to do it. And so when I left, probably realized, oh, crap, he was doing that and that and that and that. Oh, my God. You can do this, right? And he'd be like, no one showed me how to do that stuff. So, yeah, oh, well, I did. Well, I mean, well, he took his Saturdays off. It'd been nice to not have to blare the University of Wisconsin football game in the back room on Saturdays while I was working, and then force all my employees to listen to Badger football, because Eric always had Saturdays off. It kind of sucked. That did kind of suck. That wasn't really fair. I mean, that really wasn't. I mean, it was nice if there was a night game once in a while. I wasn't working that Saturday night, but yeah. Well, I mean, he probably did. But I don't know if it was always 100-hour work weeks. I mean, during the holidays, and that was me. You remember that? It was me. I mean, I'd go up to storage, turn on some music, and I'd go, and I would forget time. And before you knew it, that 8 hours, and then up to storage for whatever time after the store was closed, and then you have another 8. Because I'm just going, organizing, moving. Because the goal was to get people to get stuff into that offsite storage. Just get it up there. Just get it up there, because you want them in and out. You want them done, whatever. But for management, I could go up there, move it around so that on a busy Saturday, Sunday, there's one location for pet shops. They're not in 4 different locations in storage where they might find one, they might not. So, yeah, I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, but the thing is, though, I think the problem is because the district managers and the regional manager never asked those hard questions, like, hey, how's it going? What's going on? How's life? They never asked, how are your weekends? And they're like, well, I work every Saturday. What do you mean? I work every Saturday. I mean, my boss, goes to the games. I mean, he always, so to me, it was one of those things where but I never got to voice that. I mean, so that's kind of the downfall for Lego brand retail, is that there's not really, and you sure as heck don't want to go to corporate. I mean, you really don't want to go that high and say, hey, I got problems, because then now I got everybody breathing down my neck. So, I didn't realize that. So, well, maybe. I mean, to me, I didn't know. I mean, like you said, I mean, he might have seen the writing on the wall. I just didn't see it. I wasn't paying. I love my job too much. I wasn't paying attention. If you'd have told me I was on the way out, I wouldn't have thought of it. But yeah, once the plan came up and it was all that crazy crap, I'm like, I'm not spending, just like now, sales. I'm doing sales for work. If there's supposed to be stuff I'm supposed to be doing after hours, nope. I mean, if that's what needs to be done, it ain't going to happen. I mean, because I work probably 10 hours. When I'm done, my brain shuts off for work. I'm done. I mean, I have my book here because I might do a couple things if I can find my whiteout and change a couple things. But yeah. Oh, he called you. told me, wow, I didn't hear that. I didn't know that either. I wish I'd have known that. I wish you'd have told me that. Because then I might have been looking ahead of time and not really had it hit like a ton of bricks, but it's okay. But, I think part of my problem is I advertised I was an AFOL in my personnel thing. Like, it pulls up Reed Yaeger and the Lego corporate, you look on the intraweb and it talked about me being an AFOL. And I think after after your BrickCon thing, I think at that point, AFOLs were evil. And so I think me having that up there, I probably should have taken that down and just said, hey, I'm Reed Yaeger. I like to build a Lego, blah, 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 blah. I probably would have been better off. I think that probably hurt at that point because then they pull it up and like, well, the guy's an AFOL. No, we don't want to even consider him for this. Okay, great. So, I think that's kind of what that's what happened a little bit was, once your thing hit, for BrickCon, I think AFOLs at that point. But then again, I think just either people, even the one I hired, Lance, I think he had some back issues. And I think eventually, they made him soup. I think eventually just at some point you get burned out. And we're seeing that, I think, of a lot of these people that just get burned out as managers. Some get pushed out. I think others maybe get burned out, or others just see that it's just not worth it anymore, And who knows, with the fact that there's no more on-site storages, it might be a lot more work now too, because now with inventory more in flux than it was before, where you had lots of backstock. Now I don't know. I've never been in a back room since, so I don't know what it's like. Definitely looks like whatever pick-a-brick issues they were having at that one time when they couldn't keep the walls filled has kind of been filled now, because the walls are the couple times I've been there, the walls have had stuff on them, so they've looked pretty good, decent anyway. So, but yeah, for anybody who's watching, Hinkle told his story, Forever Sorting. It's over on is it on your channel or Bricksmith's channel? It's one of the channels. I think it's Bricksmith's channel. Him and Hinkle went through the whole Hinkle saga, and so that's some good listening. Some of it, the tangents kind of, that kind of got crazy. Yeah, do you still have your Aces Wild still hidden somewhere? No Lego content? Did you delete Aces Wild, or you got that somewhere still hidden from view? Because that's still pretty awesome. I think I found that poster once. I have no idea where it is now, but I think it's laying with some of the GWP banners I got somewhere. I think it's with that archive. Archive, but then, that's where you get to see the awesome Hinkle Lego editing talent all right there wrapped into one. You don't get to see all this great artsy stuff that we get to see now. But hey, look at that group of guys. I was going to make a new video tonight. I forgot, but I need to get a mock from one of these guys that you sketched. That I don't think I have pictures of any of their mocks, but so yeah. And this is the first time I wore my shirt today. I forgot to wear my shirt this morning. I spaced it out. Friday, it was so cold. I got up. I threw the under, the long johns on. And they're still on, but it's been toasty down here, so it really doesn't matter. But it's been cold here, cold. So I fixed I have a heating blanket for the car, and I finally found my cord, and that came in helpful this morning. But then I put on my legs, and then I took it off my legs. My legs were like, "Hey, dude, that was nice." I'm like, "No, yeah, but it's too big." Too cumbersome to drive with. But yeah, fun. What are you doing, Kevin? Are you working? You drawing? What are you doing? Are you just chilling? Well, you're welcome to come on here if you want and draw while we talk about fun stuff of life. Because I'm probably paying attention more to the chat now than I am doing my figs. I got a mess. Got a couple boxes I gotta send out in the next couple days quickly before they shut down all the ways of getting stuff. It's nice to get some stuff to people before Christmas. Especially these guys have been waiting anyways. They've been waiting for a while, so makes sense to get it to them. They might still be in the chat still. I know Mark probably is, maybe. So other than that, not much going on. We have a project support count on Sunday. Yeah, I'll try. Like I said, I've been trying between you and Jeff. I'm trying to add a couple things to the box because it's been so long. I mean, and as Hinkle knows, I mean, I got a ton of crap. I mean, these were some of the better sets. I'll show this. This was cool. I used to do these small box sets. I mean, it's got a $199 price on it now, but it actually, here it's on the back. So it's actually $3.99, and it's cardboard. So I mean, it's recyclable too. You could do this again, where it doesn't have to be like a poly bag and plastic. Now, and it was $2, and this was early enough. This is probably 2010. I might have got 50% off of this or 30% off of this. Way too much. You don't touch 80% of it. Well, I touch it to maybe figure out, I got this set still. The brick I touch a lot more. I mean, if you've seen the MOCs I've been working on, I touch the brick. I'm still trying to organize it, still sort it. Yeah, but I mean, the problem is I can give it away. I mean, the problem is I still got to mail it. The problem is no matter, that's the problem is, and look, I got stuff from the last thing that I couldn't deliver at Brickworld that's still sitting here. And then I got Bricklock stuff that I was going to get him. So, well, it might, but the thing is, everything costs money. Everybody thinks I can give it away. No problem. But I mean, if I got to pay for shipping too, I'm not really that stuff costs me money. This stuff already cost me money. It's sitting in my inventory. That's not a big deal. You're right. But paying shipping right now is freaking crazy. Well, that stuff it just sat around. I mean, dude, I get sidetracked. I mean, put it this way. When I started the sales job, I got back from the trip and then I probably was working on something else and it just got sidelined. And it just gets pushed around storage. I mean, like you said, my storage is huge. It just gets pushed around. It gets misplaced. I don't find it. And then I got the new sales job and I was working 60, 70 hours those first couple of weeks. And I forget to do it. I mean, all my drawings, they've all not gone out as fast as they should. It's just me. Put it this way. I'm doing the show. I've been doing it for, almost 7 years. But the thing is, though, it's easy. I remember to do the show. I remember to sit down and do the show. I host it, whatever. It's everything else in life. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't finish. That's the thing, Well, I mean, the goal was I was hoping, there were people that weren't at Chicago but had someone there that got it to them. The problem is like you said, it's, there's 2 people that weren't at Chicago. And, you gave away probably double what I was giving away. And so, luckily 75% of it on my Brickworld trip, it got dispersed. It was easy. It was done. I mean, it's the other stuff where I got to ship it. It just takes time and I forget to do it. It ends up just in the pile of stuff. I mean, there's tons of stuff. My mom wants me to clean the basement. I got to figure out how to get rid of the mice. when if I was living by myself and I had nothing going on and everything's in my storage, and I'm living in wherever my storage is, life is like freaking smooth as silk. Life here is not anywhere near, because I would have stuff so there would be no reason for mice to be in this house, but it's my mom's house. So I can't tell her to put the shit in plastic containers so the mice have no way to get at the food. It's all about stuff. I mean, in the basement, she's like, she complains about some mess. Well, let me have some wall space to put some shelves up. I mean, this house is huge, but there's stuff everywhere. So, I mean, I just don't get stuff done, period. That's the problem. I know. I mean, it's, the thing is, though, too, is, I mean, it isn't all about just giving stuff away. I mean, once some of these other new shirts go out, too, if people wear them, if the next batch of people wear the shirts, I mean, I get, when I wear, people ask about it. Not a ton, but people do. Like, what's that? Or whatever. And people ask about it. I mean, if my guys have been wearing these shirts for the last 2 years, I mean, Jesse's at a Lego thing, like all day Saturday. You don't think even maybe a couple people might ask, hey, you got that nice shirt on, what's that on the back? I mean, it's, that's one area. I mean, I had somebody at the game thing one year, kind of, I know, but I mean, yeah, I need a freaking hot blonde sitting right here and we'd have freaking 1,000 watchers and it should be great. But I don't, but well, I mean, they're doing D&D and I'm not part of this version of D&D. Otherwise it would have been dead an hour ago. Well, I mean, and that's probably why a lot of the channels don't have a lot of stuff, going on. I mean, but, I mean, hey, probably the second longest consecutive stream out there for Lego. Hauling and Balling is probably 1, and I am 2, in turn, I mean, it's one of those things where, I don't know, it's just, I'm working on it. It's just, I was kind of hoping, that's why I invested in this. I was kind of hoping this would help a little bit, wearing shirts, whatever. I mean, I think it does, but I don't think anybody wears them enough other than me. I mean, and I'm only at a couple conventions, and I wore it to the meeting, I wore it to the train show. I mean, you're right. I don't know. I mean, and you're right. I mean, might be content, might be whatever. I don't know. And I'm not playing music tonight, so there's no background music. So you're listening to me talk and the other guys talk, and so that's kind of it. Well, I mean, because everybody likes whoever's here. I mean, usually we've got stuff going on in here. I'm usually building or doing something. By myself, I can't really build. Can't really get a lot of stuff done because I like to interact with the chat. That's the other thing too, is, I mean, not everybody. I mean, I go to shows where the chat. I mean, if they had the amount of followers based on chat interaction, they should be down about 90% because they hardly ever look at the chat. So, I mean, to me, some channels that have a lot more followers than we do, but neglect the chat, I don't know how they're there. I mean, they must just went at the beginning. They must have paid attention to the chat, and now because they're higher, they don't care and they still survive. I don't know. Don't ask me. I wish I knew. Oh, that's right. That's not the channel I want. I want this one. Let's see. I gotta find the control. Yeah, Mark, I think the second batch of people might be more inclined to wear it. I'll see. I don't know. And some people have already offered to pay for their shirts, so we'll see. But I know at least I owe one person a shirt that, helped out in a pinch. Actually, 2 people helped out in a pinch. So, I mean, two of them, should get their shirts, no stipulations, whatever. But, well, to me, it's just, I don't know. And maybe I'm asking for too much. I don't know. But then again, I do the show because I like to hang out with people that we hang out with. So it's kind of one of those things where, that's kind of how it goes. Yeah. I don't ignore the chat. But when I'm by myself, it's harder to get stuff done right in front of me. But and that's why, I mean, there are shows where we get so into stuff we're doing, chat does get missed a little bit because we don't have anybody kind of set up to take care of that. So, but I mean, we started doing this, we had fun. I mean, the thing is, it's changed over the year. I mean, put it this way, I send out 42, 50 invites a week. I mean, and there's some people I haven't seen in a long time. But the last time I asked, everybody said still send them, and so it's one of those things where, just people doing stuff, and so, but we've had so many different people over the time that it's, you're right. You wish there'd be more on, but it's kind of how it goes. I mean, you get the luck of the draw, and sometimes the luck of the draw just isn't what you hoped it would be. So. Graduate 1, 2, 3. Whoa! Wait! I thought my brick set said I had only 5, but I got 5 sealed. Well, Well, and I mean, you're right, and they might be on a note sheet somewhere that on this desk gets misplaced. I mean, it's one of those things where that's the other thing. I want a desk against a wall. I'm sitting on a table that's freaking a Jetson style table, but freaking 34 years old. I would love to be on a desk against a wall with, actual, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's one of those things where I wish I was back in Colorado. I mean, in terms of for this show, I wish I was in Colorado. Everything was at my fingertips. I could do whatever I wanted. Hey, Brick Enforcer. I mean, that's the difference. I mean, you're seeing the show has had to evolve due to what my living constraints are right now. And that's, I mean, granted, yes, I'm not having to pay for rent, but I have to live with this. I mean, I have to live with what I'm working with. And right now it kind of sucks. So I'm hoping during this Christmas break, I'm hoping my sister can get my nephew out here, and we're going to get rid of those 2 picture tube TVs. They're out of here. I got to get them out of here because I can't move. If I can move that thing, I can maybe fix one of the other problems, which then should fix other problems. But I need to get rid of those things, and just it's all kinds of good stuff. It's a work in progress. It always is. And like you said, I'm not a good finisher. When it comes to like Hope Castle, yes. Certain things get finished, but I mean, I got a million ideas up here for what I'd love to do for future years. It's like, can I get it done with this current setup? Not really, because I got to be out in storage to build. I mean, it's in this time of year, it's not very enjoyable. It's kind of cold out there right now. I'm still working. That's another problem I'm working on, trying to fix all the, get rid of all the leaks out there so that it stays warmer because it's a metal building. And so there's certain things that just everything in life kind of just and I'm not good at it. So it's kind of how it goes. So everything in my collection, everything I owned for Lego was in the room I was streaming from. Everything. The whole collection was in my apartment. My whole collection is out in my workshop storage, except for what I bring. So like those CMF bags here, you want to see what my mom's been complaining about. I mean, look at that. I mean, I got bags. I mean, I got all those Lego bags full of CMFs. I mean, everything from series 1 on are over there. Trying to organize what I got and what I can sell. I started it. I started this probably 3 or 4 times or 2 or 3 times, and I've never finished it. I start doing it, and then I come across the weird bags like this that have, all kinds of stuff in them. Some CMFs, not, some not. It's not even, well, I could, if I streamed from storage and paid for internet out there, I could do that. I could stream from out there, but I really don't want to do it until I fix the temperature stuff, because it wouldn't be very much fun. You'd see me like this all night long, going, "Holy fucking cold out here." So yeah, so no, I mean, I don't. I like it. I can do more stuff. I can be more productive. But the other thing too is it's like it also depends on if I have people in here. I mean, like I could be getting more done, but I'm also working the chat. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, the goal is to be doing a stream, you know, hanging out with friends, building, sorting, whatever. I don't need it all. It just, I had more to do. I could do more stuff. It was all at my fingertips. I could, you know, and it, like I said, because I probably have ADHD or something, or had it when I was a kid, and it just never, because I mean, if you watched me in storage or watched me anywhere doing something, like even working on that build for Sunday, I'd start doing one part of it, and then I'd go do something else, and then I'd work on another part, and then I'd go back to this, and I'd go this. So I never stayed on finished one part of that task. I went to different spots, and the same thing in storage. I'll start on one thing, and then I get sidetracked. I do something else. And so, I mean, I probably have a problem with that. Maybe that's why I failed at Lego. Maybe I just couldn't stay focused enough on certain tasks to get stuff done. Schedule was easy. Because it was a spreadsheet. I loved Excel. That was easy. I made all the different ways to make sure I knew who could work. I mean, I had a nice plan and I could do it. Certain things I can do like that because it's just the way it is. It stays focused, whatever. Other things I can't. And that's kind of, you know, so. But I don't know. It's just, you know. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's, you know, I just don't get stuff done. Perfect example, like you said. Why did the package not get mailed out? I got distracted. They sit here. I mean, I plan to do it the one day, and then I'm doing something on storage, and I'm going to go do it, and then I get in storage like, oh crap, I was going to do that, and then it's too late. Now I got to go home, eat, do whatever, and I forget to do it. I mean, just stuff like that. I mean, you ask, but that's the other thing too. Is it's like that's why I don't want to give away a ton of stuff because I got to pay to mail it. I mean, and my checks are like this. My checks used to be, you know, they were kind of like this. But still, I got all kinds of bills. And so now my checks are more like this, and I still got bills to pay. And so it's like when I get ready to do it, I don't have the money. And then I have the money, and I'm not ready to do it. And so it's kind of, you know. Well, I mean, I just do it to just have fun. I mean, it's, you know, the show is the show. I mean, it's, you know, it's more or less for funsies. I mean, it would be nice to grow up for monetization. But I mean, hey, you know, I mean, is it going to be great to have a ton of purple shirts at Brick Slopes or Brickroll? Yeah, it'd be great to have a lot of people, you know, because I mean, you're right. People will be like, well, how do I get one? Well, you gotta either watch the show or know the person that, you know, the hosts that are hosting the show. I mean, it's nice to have brand awareness because I mean, you know, some people wear them like crazy. Like once Wagner Jr. gets it, like Kevin said, he'll wear it out. Like I'm doing this. That's why I got a second shirt because I'm wearing this guy. This guy gets a lot of wear because I wear it a lot. I wear it every Friday. I've worn it every Friday except for today, you know, forever since I've had them. Well, yeah, I mean, to me, I mean, and you know, and that's the thing. I mean, like I still, oh God, that's right. I can see, and that tells you how crazy I am. I still want to give away to Children's Hospital, and I have not gotten that done yet either. And that's another thing I want to get done is get some stuff ready to go for that. So it's a matter of just, you know, I've just never been good at, you know, I have a calendar for work too, and I use it, you know, 50-50. You know, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I just got to make sure, like, maybe I have, like, all co-hosts on deck for that one. I mean, I don't want to be the only guy in there. I want to have, you know, everybody fielding questions and stuff. So we'll see. It sounds like a good idea. I'll add that to my Denmark list here. I had, and like I said, I just need to have a good spot for it. And I tried having different stuff. I mean, but some stuff takes, some stuff works, some stuff, you know, doesn't work. You can't stand timeline for that. So I don't know. I mean, I do it for funsies. I mean, put it this way. This is what I'd love to say is I was looking at, you know, just for shits and giggles, like longest runnings, like podcasts on Guinness World Records. I mean, obviously there's a vlog, like a personal log of somebody that's, you know, thousands of episodes in probably 10 years. But that's, I haven't gone to look and see if that's just him doing just, you know, like kind of like this without panelists, without anything. I mean, this doesn't happen all the time. I mean, most of the time we got panelists. I mean, and so that's kind of the thing is it's like, you know, who would be doing a personal log like this for as long as we did, not get any subscribers and keep doing it if it's not for fun. If you're not doing it at least for enjoyment, most people probably wouldn't do it. They wouldn't keep doing it. I mean, granted, all these influencers, if they just if everybody just left their channel and they stopped getting anybody watching, would they keep doing it? Probably not. They might try and change, maybe do a different show or do something different. And I've seen that different people with different channels. Some of the bigger names probably had a show, and then maybe you said maybe like this, maybe got stale or whatever, and then they stopped doing it and they tried something, they did something else. But they also might already be at that level of monetization already too, so they can do whatever they want, and there's no problem. You're the one that pointed it out. Yeah, I mean, watch time for here is pretty high. It's just we don't have the followers, but that's kind of how it goes. So. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I do it like, you know, like the shirts just because it's kind of nice. I mean, the red shirts were kind of a mistake. I mean, I should have just worked a little harder to get the bowling shirts, but I think I kind of was working to the last minute. And as you can see, like everything, it blows up in my face. So, yeah. So, well, I mean, nobody's going to respond to the email invites. It's just if they want to show up, they can. I mean, and some people do. Some people show up out of the blue. I mean, it's not life or death. You're the one who came and said, reads alone. I mean, it happened last week. It happened last week for a lot longer than it did this week. But, well, I mean, because like you said, I mean, the marketing is still cool because you still want people to know about the show. I mean, if the show doesn't grow, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, you were the one to point out monetization. I mean, I'm still doing it because I enjoy it. But the shirts are kind of cool. And I mean, it has a brand. I mean, just like Beyond the Brick. The red shirts, they show up. You know who they are. I mean, it'd be nice to get to the point where, you know, we got purple shirts. We're doing our show. If people are wearing them on a Friday, you're going, oh, that's right. Those guys go live from this show tonight. You know, I mean, and if people remember last year, or they're like, well, you know, where is it? Well, it's going to be up in one of the rooms upstairs. And hey, if you want to be on the show, I mean, they're always looking for people to just kind of jump in, talk about stuff. I mean, it's one of those things where, if nothing else, I mean, I wish the Wi-Fi and stuff were a little bit better in the hall where I could have people, you know, even like little Wagner, just walk to layouts where people are working on it and say, hey, do you want to talk about your mock? You know, Friday at Bricks is live right now. Or, you know, I mean, he brought people up to the show, and Ben sat there and was nice and helped co-host, you know, because again, as usual, I mean, at Brickworld, it's crazy because Wagner is part of the awards, you know, the awards nomination. So he's part of that. And Jesse and Larry were doing D&D because that was going on at the same time. So, but I have, with the growing of shirts, I mean, I have more people that, you know, can sit down and will look the same. I mean, that's kind of the thing too, is you look together. I mean, even if my guy, I mean, the nice thing is can you imagine what it would look like if, you know, if all these guys in red actually all were in purple? I mean, that'd be kind of cool too, but you know, hey. You know, we make mistakes. I've made mistakes all my life. I mean, I'll live with them forever. You know, I mean, that's life. I mean, you know, you make mistakes. I don't know. Maybe the talk I wanted to hear probably afterwards, and I was like, oh, well, I mean, to me, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. To me, it's just one of those things where, you know, like I said, we make mistakes. I mean, and it's, I don't know, maybe I liked what I was doing. And when I was driving for my job and stuff, I loved it a lot more than I do now. But it's one of those things where that's kind of the thing, is it's, you know, I mean, I didn't know what it would entail. And I don't know. I mean, you're right. I didn't even give the opportunity to actually maybe think and call and see. And I don't know. I ran into him in Chicago, but we didn't really talk, just kind of, passing glance type kind of thing. But kind of how it goes. When did he call you? Oh, after Chicago? Yeah, what did he say? That's kind of cool. No. Well, I mean, I did ask him, and I kind of asked him about something, and I'm not going to bring it up here, but I asked him about something that he had kind of had started to talk about or do or challenge once before, and kind of mentioned something, and then he said, yeah, I can't talk about that, but yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I see that. I mean, it's like I said, I mean, if everybody did what they were meant to do, I mean, we'd all be happy. I mean, and everything would be perfect, or everything would be miserable. I mean, who knows? I mean, to me, it's, I don't know. I mean, just like Lego. I mean, you can say that about that too. It's like, that's another thing. Everything Lego related is almost like, should I just get out of the hobby? Everything like Lego is like fire. It like burns me. I mean, should I just get done with Lego? I mean, is that what you're trying to tell me? I just need to walk away from Lego? I mean, I could. I mean, I don't know what else I'd do. I mean, that's the thing is it's, I don't know. To me, I don't think it would make me happier. And probably because I mean, in the end, I probably just play video games all day. You think everybody thinks my gut's bad now? Oh my god! If I'm not up and about doing Lego shows and stuff, this freaking thing, I'll be 400 pounds sitting in front of the computer playing games. I won't do anything different. That's the problem. I actually do probably worse stuff. That's what I would be more worried about. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. I mean, I like to hear people talk about it. I mean, I still build decent stuff. I mean, the castle. I mean, I enjoyed Nebraska Brick Days more than I did Chicago. I mean, because Nebraska Brick Days, I did it with Ralph. Great, lots of attention, looked great, was awesome, everything was great. Problem with Brick World is it's like, I mean, it was good. It could have been better. It didn't have enough collaboration. Michael did a great job. I mean, the problem is you're right. I hid too much of my layout, and it just got missed. I mean, everybody. I have not seen a video from Chicago this year, 2024, that has showed the best part of my layout in any video. There hasn't been anybody who saw that. So, I mean, that kind of makes me laugh that people didn't look hard enough at the layout to understand that the best part of it wasn't even what was on top. That kind of makes me laugh. I mean, it laughs hysterical. It makes me hysterical, but yeah. I mean, I enjoy the show. I enjoy the people that are here. I mean, would I be enjoying playing D&D right now? Maybe. But I mean, I kind of am focused. I still, like Wagner and I talked at the end, I still want to kind of finish my character from the previous campaign before I move on to the next one. I mean, I've already had one character die in the last campaign, and I didn't get to quite finish the second character yet, finish his, nurturing to the max level. So to me, it's, you know, well, I mean, the bottom didn't turn out as well as I had hoped, but in the end, it's kind of those things where that, for me, that was the best part. I mean, I had the lights down there, all that stuff was there. So, I mean, I enjoyed it. So, I mean, to me, it's like one of those things where and that's why it does. I mean, it does change. I mean, different parts. I mean, I try to build it up, but that's why I do the collabs. I mean, I go back to the humongous castle with all the time, with all the space requirements for Chicago and stuff these days. I think they'd have a heart attack again, but I prefer the collaborations. Our best year was year was 2021 or whatever. Building bridges to Paradise Island, when I had myself and Chop and Michael and Jordan. I mean, we had a good group. It was a great layout. I mean, it was awesome. I mean, I kind of hope to get back to that again because we all get to share in the limelight. It's all of us, you know. I mean, to me, that's what I enjoy. I mean, I love the big castle, but I mean, I hog all the spotlight then. I don't want to hog the spotlight. I want everybody to share in that enjoyment of having a great layout. And that's what Ralph and I will have again this year, hoping to have it at Brick Slopes, Colorado and Brick World, Chicago. We probably won't change either one. I mean, we have been talking about going back to the bare basics, original Chima stuff, but I think to have the best impact with all our guys is to do whatever you want, futuristic, whatever, and just do it gangbusters for the first Brick Slopes and do it for Chicago this year. And then if he moves to the Midwest, then we think, okay, now we're going to start over and go from the basics, you know, just start with the basic story of, like, you know, where with the Crocs with a small base outpost and it grows. And then with the Ice Bears, it small thing and grows. I mean, to me, like I said, the ideas up here are humongous, but it's all about building. And like I said, I mean, the other thing people probably don't realize is with Hope Castle over the years, probably about good 50 to 75% of Hope Castle was built while I was bowling in leagues, moonlight, whatever. I was building while I was bowling. This year, the 1 year when I bowled with these guys in Madison, built a little bit. The guys didn't enjoy that. The guys didn't really enjoy the fact that I was building. Now I'm in such a small bowling center, I can't build if I want to. There's not enough room. I'm not bowling well enough to really. Actually, I probably should be doing it because I'd probably be bowling better because my mind wouldn't be on bowling. And that's what I should tell my teammates. If you want me to bowl better, let me build Lego, because then my mind isn't on bowling all damn night. It's on whatever's in front of me, and then I go up and I bowl, and I stay focused when I'm up to bowl, and then I'm not focused on what I'm doing wrong and stuff when I'm not bowling. And that's probably why I bowled a lot better. I was doing that. But I don't know. I mean, and that's what I like. I mean, because it was one of those things where Michael and I did lots of collaborations over the years where just little things. I said, hey, can I put some guys on your layout? And he's like, sure. Next thing I know, he's sieging my layout. And I was like, wow, okay. I didn't think it was going to blow up like that. But hey, it started that kind of, you know, collaboration stuff where I'd love to see him go to Slopes. I don't think he will, but it'd be awesome to see him go to Colorado. I mean, we need a monster space for that, but because he's got huge armies too. I mean, that's kind of the thing is I've already challenged Shy Time for Chicago, so we'll see what that brings. See if he doesn't have to even be set up with us with the rainbow portals that Jefferson in WISLUG kind of created, and I just kind of took it and ran with it and said, yeah, rainbow portal. Everybody thinks there's a pot of gold there, but nope, there's a portal, and he doesn't know where it goes. I mean, to me, the ultimate goal would be to where there's multiple shows going on at once. Brick World and whatever, something else, Brick Slope, something else, where there's a portal at this show and there's a portal somewhere else. And somebody says, well, there's a show going on out in Tennessee and these guys are over there too. So I don't know. It's kind of those things where you can dream big, but will it ever happen? You never know. I mean, we've done it a couple times. I did it with Jeffrey Veens. We did it last year. Well, 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we did it where it was Chop and I where Chop and I and Michael, because Michael had the beer garden, and the Ice Bears went to Jeff's vineyard and grabbed grapes and brought them back. So I mean, the goal is Jeff and I will probably do a collaboration at some point too, because he was talking about Holiday Joy and all his shenanigans. I mean, we're the shenanigan twins. I mean, we'll do lots of shenanigans. I mean, I like doing some of that stuff. I like doing all the funny stuff. I mean, that's what it's all about. Have the kids hunt for all the humorous stuff. Kevin Sigfig has been subject to at least one shenanigan. Probably the year actually I won an award, which is kind of even more humorous. I won an award that year. Probably was not due to the shenanigan with Hinkle's Sigfig up on the whatever 12th floor of the tower was. The keep. Thank you. Now, hopefully I'm a good egg and not a raw egg. So, except some of this sounds like I am going raw because my voice is kind of. How can I not be happy when, even though you stepped away from the hobby, still managed to come back to this show and do that? Do that awesome background stuff. I mean, to me, it's kind of those things where the one person I wish could see this is my friend John, who stepped away from the hobby and was like, I just wish he would understand that it's not all about Lego. I mean, I'm talking Lego, but I'm talking life. I'm talking everything. And to me, it's one of those things where a couple of times I've wanted to go over and talk to him. It's like, for whatever reason, he doesn't want to talk. And it's not going to be Lego. We first got together in high school from gaming, computer gaming. It was nothing. The only time it ever went to Lego was like, hey, have I ever showed you my Lego stuff in the basement? I'm like, Lego? No. And so he showed me his stuff in the basement. That's what blew it up. It was never even me. I never even thought about it back then. Yeah, that was. I mean, this hospital here in Madison doesn't have the setup. I need to ask because everything's a little bit smaller now. I mean, I need to maybe go back and ask. Maybe when I go to maybe turn in those things this year, I need to go through my poly bags and that's the other thing too, is I donate a lot that way. I mean, it's one of those things where I like to give. I don't want to give a lot to where it breaks the bank. I mean, that's why, I'm always looking for sale poly bags, especially the ones with minifigs, anything with a minifig type thing. Cause you're in the hospital and you're building. I mean, if you have a figure you can symbolize with yourself, you can be doing the stuff with your fig that you're building a Lego that you yourself might not be able to do. And so, like you said, there were a couple Make-A-Wish kids at the one store I sell at, and I said, are any of them Lego heads? Just for the fact that, Kevin, I mean, it's one of those things where I still like to do that stuff. I just don't get the exposure I used to get to that. I mean, Taylor, Justin, working at Lego was how I got that exposure. I don't have that. I don't get to see that stuff as much anymore. And that's sad. I mean, and then even losing Taylor's mom, Michelle, even hurt even more. Cause I mean, I wish I'd kept more in touch with that, but didn't. And that hurt a lot too there. So, and that's why for Brick Slopes, that would be my goal too, is to actually have something ready for that too. I mean, I'm always looking. I need to kind of talk to some of these people in these stores that I go to and just say, hey, if this happens, I mean, if you can, let me know. I mean, it's one of those things where I'm not rich by any means, but I mean, if it's cheaper, I mean, and I'm not 501c certified, so it's one of those things where I dropped the ball on that years ago, but I still like to give. I mean, Taylor's the one who taught me that. I mean, it's a lot of everything you see today is from him. It's, him and then Turner. It's all these guys. I mean, without them, it's like, you make me tear up, Kevin. I like how you do that to me. I don't know if it was really happy, but it was enjoyable. I mean, it was, I got to, hang with Taylor. I mean, it's one of those things where you'll laugh. I mean, it's, it's still on my phone. I mean, that's still on my phone. And this is my second one. I just changed this the other day because the first one I had been wearing nonstop since probably whenever I got it when he was diagnosed or passed away or whatever. So you could barely read the tailor, and so now it's there. But yeah, it's and that's that's how I learned to give. It's tailor. I gave at least the first few series of minifigs to him. Back in the day, I learned how to feel. I felt a full set for myself and a full set for him. Did the shaves for Justin when Justin was, did the St. Baldrick's, did that. I haven't done that in a few years. I did I think this year maybe contributed. But I haven't, the shaves were fun in Colorado. I think towards the end there, I was actually taking the castle for a while. It's just, it's that's why you do the Lego, because you enjoy it. To me, I have all this stuff. You're right. I have all these sets that I'm not really doing much with. And I think the sets were built just for, like the vehicles were probably built to use in the cities. And the buildings were used to maybe learn techniques, I guess. I don't know. I never got to build the city with John. I have all that. It's probably time to just liquidate it and just be done with it, unless I want to do a city myself. That's the other thing, Kevin. Too, if I did more, I'd like to do some more of this, like you said, do some of this out at stores, figure out a way to do it, and maybe do more. I'd like to try and do some on-sites, just, travel a little bit, just go see a few people and just somehow do the show there. On a Friday, it's tough. That would be one of those weeks where I'd have to maybe work ahead, work a Sunday through a Thursday and have the Friday off, and then jump in the road that morning and drive to Bricklock, or drive to Michael or something, drive somewhere and help those guys with their Lego room. And then that night I jump on and stream and say, hey, kind of like when you came to Colorado for Denver Brick Fest, it's like, whoa, you guys are sitting side by side. You're like, yeah, that's, I don't know. That would be kind of cool. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was probably some of the happier times, but it's sad because, all those kids have passed away. And so it's one of those things where, the only one, but I haven't met the person yet, is the one that Maggie in the Clover Hope. Now, I did add other names, so I'm hoping that'll help. My mom is in there. She's a breast cancer survivor. B for C is in there. He battled cancer. Marianne is in there in the Clover of Hope. She's been battling cancer this last year. So to me, it's one of those things where, and that idea was from Scott up in Green Bay, was do the Memorial Tower and the Clover of Hope, and that's why those are together. Now, the one thing I was thinking of doing is that was kind of something where, I don't know. I'll see what you think. Let me grab it real quick here. It's over here. The only wild thing is Memorial Tower still has the original base from the original Hope Castle. It has not changed. That's the original base from 2013, the first brick roll. But I was thinking of maybe making it bigger. Now, I might still have to tweak it. It still kind of looks like a clover. It's got more of the stem on it this time than before. And don't mind that inner line. I did that wrong. I was trying to do maybe like an outer hidden hallway or something. But have to be an inner one, actually, smaller for lights and stuff. But if I went with a bigger clover, it might actually be, maybe sturdier and can go taller. Not that I want the memorial part to go taller, but the memorial part could be seen from farther away if the base is taller. So bigger treasure rooms, bigger, living quarters. And it's funny is even in the clover, I found when I was at the train show, found another 30 ice bears that were in classes in the clover. So I don't know, what does everybody think? Obviously the current clover that's on there is probably, it's a 32. So it's probably like, kind of, the center section. Do I have a base plate? So the old clover is like that. So it's probably that size. So you'd get bigger. Not to mention, it might give me more space for the names, which I think currently they're in the front, but with the stem, I'd probably have to move them to the back, which is fine. Then I would just I might even change a little bit so there is more curvature to it, but we'll see. I don't know. What does everybody think? You think a bigger Memorial Tower base? I mean, definitely if it's bigger, it gives it more room to go higher, which is kind of been in a couple height battles at a couple shows this year, and other than Train Fest where the skyscraper showed up, I won the other two. So how's the chat? We still people watching? How's everybody doing? Who's still here? Hopefully Kevin's getting some drawing done. I have a cable in here. How's Jude? How's your van? Did you get that fixed? You'll laugh because at the Train Fest show, my one of my warning lights came on, so I got a thermostat issue, and they're a lot harder to replace than in those old 70s vehicles that I drove when I was a kid. They're down on the bottom now, so I probably got to get that replaced here sometime soon. So hopefully I won't drive too much this weekend while it's super cold outside. This music reminds me of Count Hinkle. Lumberjack built, sealed. Yeah, but a side mirror you might be able to pick up at like those you might be able to get like at a junkyard. I mean that's kind of. I think that's what I was going to do with my last van, and I miss my old van. I really wish I had that one. I don't miss the seat configuration, but I think it had a lot more storage room. I think it had a lot more storage area. I should probably look and see, but I think it was a lot square, farther off the ground than the minivan I'm in now. I mean, really wish they'd bring back those, but now they're going to all this crazy electrical stuff. Who knows if that'll ever happen? So. Oh, sealed small clown. So yeah. I'm sorry about the mess behind me, guys. That's just see. Here's the brick bank sitting right here, partially built in the toy chest. I think my dad built one when we were all younger. My headset hanging over there. See my headset? That was the one that Tanya recommended. I wonder how she's been these days. All I can say is that medicine must be working because my tooth is now starting to hurt a little bit more. So taking an Advil, I guess.
Will you take those boxes out tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yes. You promise to get this.
I'm working on it right now. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I am. What do you think I'm doing?
I don't know. Okay. You don't need anything, huh?
No.
Will it look better than this when you go to bed?
Maybe. Depends on what time I go to bed.
Oh.
Well, dude, if that's gonna make you shit your pants. When I was driving my box truck, the last one before I got the brand new one, which now I'm doing sales, so I have a car they provided with a lot of miles. I think it was got 200. What I filled up this morning, 256,000 miles on it. So I think they're getting vehicles with 100,000 miles or whatever. So we put a lot on. I put a lot on. So I think since I've been doing this job, and I think I started in August, I've done 2 oil changes already. So, but yeah, in my old box truck. Night. See ya, Den. See you, Mark. Have a good night. But yeah, I was at the hospital, University Hospital, Children's is attached. But I was there, and I went around the roundabout, which I guess somebody inside eventually said, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that." They were doing lots of work, and they had those big, huge dump bins floating around. And I actually clipped one, and I had a gash, probably about 8 feet on the side of my truck. So, yeah, did not make me feel very good. But yeah. Or backing into a fence, metal fence with my current van, thinking it was my grinding brakes, not realizing it was a fence. After laughing at the guy down the way in the one other unit that he did something similar, he backed into a pallet or something, and he was laughing, going, "Oh, I can't believe you did that after I did mine." I'm like, "Yeah, but I'm not laughing because I scratched my van and stuff." But luckily, it's only a scratch. And we went out to do the blower motor, which needs to get fixed at some point. My dad said he couldn't hear it with his hearing aid on, and so we didn't. Now it is starting to make a little bit more noise, but so we screwed in a little piece. So yeah. Things happen. Vehicles are entertaining, I'll tell you that. I do miss my box truck, though. I do miss that. So who else is here? So Dude Jude's here. Kevin's probably here. Is Snavely still here? It says there's 4 people watching. Whether that's accurate or not, it was saying 5. Brick Enforcer's probably here. Yes, I don't know who the 4th is. A mystery 4th. Probably got to have a YouTube account to type, I suppose. It's just so weird that some of these I didn't have seconds of certain things. Oh, let's see. Boxer, Egyptian Queen. I'm redoing my card. I didn't like my previous card. I'm kind of doing. I'll do a card of the series, and then if they're built or sealed, into the bag. I'll put this in the bag. Might have to go look because I have another set of cards that have a bunch of Series 5 that. I wonder if I have 2 bags of stuff somewhere floating around, which is weird. Yeah, I don't know if I have to look because that's. Oh, whoa! Kevin's here.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait, okay. I put my headphones on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do I sound bad or do I sound good?
Sound good.
Okay, that means that the good microphone is working?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Wonderful. Sorry, I had to abandon you because I had a phone call.
Hopefully it was your special someone.
Yeah, it was. Of course it was. What do we have? Dude Jude says, but it sucks that a trash can jumped out and took it. What? What are we doing? What are we talking about?
I was asking about his van. He came on stream the other day and had said that his van had broken. Or I was on somebody's stream and he had said something about his his van.
Well, guess what, dude, Jude? For the first time in probably about 25 years, I went to a flea market.
Ooh.
I went to the Kyle, Texas flea market.
And
it was cool. I mean, I spent like 5 hours there. It's a lot of time. And I only saw like 80% of it.
Really?
Yeah, it was massive. And it was inside and outside. It was huge.
Wow. That's crazy. Do you see any of your old favorite hobby scattered about?
Oh, I mean, a little bit, yeah. And some like video games and action figures and I don't know. I wasn't really looking for anything. Well, so I was looking for something. I was looking for a store because I had a comic book store that's there. Like they have the little consignment shops inside.
Yeah.
Where you can rent a booth. And a guy wants to sell my art at one of those.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, yeah, sure. That sounds cool. So I went to go scope it out. So I was looking for his shop.
Did you find his shop?
I did. It was in the middle. It was called the Viking Long Box, like a long box of comic books.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty good. So we're going to do something in February. Brick Enforcer, Be Still Your Beating Heart. Yeah, I had fun. And they had like food trucks. They had food trucks outside, which I love food trucks. That's my favorite part about living in Austin is food trucks everywhere all the time.
That's the new thing that's the new thing they've been doing in Chicago the last few years is they've got food trucks.
The food trucks?
Yeah, they got food trucks out in the parking lot. So yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it's most people
love it.
Most people enjoy it. You know, it's
yeah. I love it. So yeah, sorry I couldn't join earlier. I was waiting for laundry. And so I didn't want to join and then have to leave and go do it because my laundry room is like across the complex. So, but my laundry is done and put up. So here I am. I'm now back at my computer drawing.
That reminds me, did I
do laundry?
Did I put stuff in the washer the other night and forget to put it in the dryer?
Uh-oh, everybody. All right, let's place our bets. Place your bets in the chat now. Did Reed forget to put his clothes in the dryer? Yes or no? Did Reed forget to put his clothes in the dryer? What do we think? Chat predictions?
No, all the shirts I did. No, actually they never went into the washer yet, so that's good. I'll do that.
Oh, were they in the washer?
No, I put the shirts in. Like I wear like these black like cold shirts.
Oh, Under Armour.
They're like the Reeboks. I have some of those. I have. What's funny is I don't know how I have so many. I must have had a bunch when I was doing cable too. So I have like a ton of long sleeve black shirts, but some are too short. So like now I reach for shelves. So the ones that are short come out. I'm like, oh, it's like crap. So
yeah.
But these I bought, these Reeboks are really nice. They're thin, but they're warm. Yeah. So because I'm not a big jacket guy. So when I was driving and stuff, if it got cold, I would just put a long sleeve on and then a short sleeve shirt, work shirt, whatever. And the top was usually warm enough. Like today, the last couple of days, I've got the long johns on underneath, and they're like a thin material like this too, which has helped because it is cold.
Yeah.
And so it's just, a little warm in the stores a little bit, but as long as I'm not running ragged, I'm okay.
Thank you, Brick Enforcer, for participating in my chat question.
So,
all alone, Reed. Not a fan.
Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, if I was if we were doing the critical bricks, we would stream like an hour. So like the last few shows have been a lot longer because he's doing the homebrew. I don't think he's going back to critical bricks, and I think even then he might be alternating next year. Mm-hmm. So next year, we've got I've only got like 3 weeks or something, and then actually once the holidays start, there probably won't be anything going on for his stuff. So I just like I was telling earlier, like Wagner and stuff. I want to finish the storyline of my current character in Critical Bricks before I make another character, because I made a couple for one shots and stuff, and then they died, and so I was like, well, you know, I want to wait. I want to make sure, because I almost ruined the storyline of like future characters by Prontero going evil. So, so I mean, to me, it's one of those things where thankfully my party rescued me. But
congratulations, Dude Jude. Dude Jude says, I got a new van back in September. It's a 2010 Honda Odyssey. It's fully loaded, all caps. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think mine's a 2017 Dodge Caravan. So I mean, mine's nice.
I also have a Dodge Caravan.
What year?
2013.
Mine's a 2017. Does yours have the seats that go down?
Yeah. Yep. Stow and go seating, baby. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, do you have? And so, yeah, I like that because I got that way. I got two captains behind the front two seats. I got two captains, and then I got the bench in the back.
So, yes. Yeah. Mine. I just crossed 150,000 miles on it.
Mine is at. Mine I think's 105 or something, because I got mine with 43,000 or something.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah.
When I first bought mine, I think it was at 10, like 10,000. It was pretty good shape. That's what I wanted. That's what you want to do, Jude. Well, what did you do? Why didn't you do it? What are we doing, dude? Dudeth.
So to me, it's nice. I mean, now for like Chicago, I think it was last year, even the year before. Well, the year before, because I don't think, last year Troy and Alicia came out. So basically, you know, they're down for my load, and then when I unload, the seats come up, and then I can be a taxi. So I took Jesse and Larry and Troy and Alicia, maybe Iceberg. I took 4 or 5 of them over to.
Yeah, that's the best part.
The nights thing, yeah.
Like when I was visiting my sister in the Dallas area for Thanksgiving, we went. So she has 2 kids. I have 2 kids, and her husband. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 7 human beings. And we wanted to go do some Black Friday shopping, and everybody was like, "How are we going to get everywhere? What are we going to do?" I'm like, "We can all just get in my car." It's like I can just transport everybody. And they were like, "This is very convenient." And I'm like, yes, it is.
Yeah. I mean, and basically even the years where if I had the old van for Chicago, generally once I knew I was going to be taking people around, I'd leave the front seat in and fold it down for the trip out. And then, and I can't remember if I had a decking for that or not, but I think I could fold it down, stack stuff, and then still lay stuff. I think I had plywood on top of stuff, and I could still lay in the back on the way out or something from Colorado. Yeah. So it's still.
No, I love that also for shows. Yeah, like when I do Comic-Cons and stuff, so I can lay it down and then do my foot lockers.
Yep.
So.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's awesome stuff. I mean, you got to have it's all about, you know, the vehicles these days, and so to me, it's.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean it works. I mean, and I like to be able to be helpful when I'm at the show. You know, like if somebody needs to go somewhere. I think like the one year I took Steve Jackson to the mall one year, and and whatnot. So I mean, it's kind of how I've kind of been able to meet people. Like I think I met Steve Jackson at that 2012. I think he was at, maybe we went to what was that burger place across that? I can't remember that.
Burger place.
I can't think of it, but. We went there, and I think I met him because I met him that year. And then it was one of the years in Chicago. I think he might have flown in or something. And he said, "Oh, I got to go to the mall." I said, "Well, where you got to go? I can take you over there. It's no big deal." And
sure,
and that's kind of the thing is it's just, I like to be helpful, and people I know and stuff like that. It's how you get to know people, and stuff like that. Had some of the coolest roommates, Joe Mino,
Matthew K, Kevin Hinkle. Who else? Were we roommates?
Yeah, we were. I mean, well, yeah, the year with Matthew K, because I think Matt was getting ready to lift up the couch. I said, no, put it back down.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah.
And I was like, no, I got this plan, and I put the couch down. Like that year I might have had some foam padding or something I put down, and then the sleeping bag or whatever. So yeah, I mean, it hasn't been as comfortable since those years. I still sleep on the couch, but it hasn't felt as comfortable. I mean, I think they might have pulled the tables out too, because the table was there that year, and I think the table was either for my feet or my head, one of the two. It didn't really matter. I mean, but yeah, so it was, you know, I mean, that's the thing is I think, and I don't know what's going on this year. I got my room, I got it early because I mean the bank's already gone already, so it's crazy this year. He opened it up so early this year, and the hotel opened early, and it just gone. Like,
yeah, I mean, this is the same thing for Comic-Cons. This has become like the new normal for like booking vendor booths, and everything is like gone within hours. And it's ridiculous. And I mean, it infuriates me because it's like literally I need this to live, right? Like I'm not going for fun. And so they'll be like you know, shows. You can book your vendor table at this date at this time, and then that date and that time comes, and like all 200 vendor booths are sold out within 36 minutes. And it's like, well, I guess I'm not eating. And it's just ridiculous. And they're all doing that. Like they're all exploding, and it's becoming a huge issue.
I mean, and they haven't thought of doing like a lottery or anything like that where they can just, you know, draw.
I mean, that's the hope. The hope is they should. Some of the really big shows do, like, you know, New York Comic-Con, Rhode Island Comic-Con, like those big guys.
Yeah.
But a lot of the smaller ones are not there yet. Dude Jude says, because of the person who helped me with financing it at 0% interest, high points for 0% interest. Reed, how was your Thanksgiving?
What did I do? Well, actually, we ate early. We went out to my sister's. I mean, my sister's it's nice. My sister's got a house north, like 30 minutes to 45 minutes away, which is nice, but she lives on a lake. And
Is
so
that good or bad?
it's good. I mean, to me, it's easier probably for her to host. I mean, my mom could host. I mean, she's got rooms and stuff. Problem is, I don't think the kids won't enjoy, like my brother comes out, his kids won't enjoy it as much here. There isn't much to do here.
Mm-hmm.
And especially until I get rid of those tube TVs and I have TVs that they can hook stuff up, say, hey, bring your PlayStations, I'll have TVs you can hook to. Right now, there really isn't. And so I'd like to get to that point where at least that, but even then they're still sitting in front of the TV. But if they're at my sister's house with the lake, if it's like it's been cold the last couple of days, if the lake is freezing over, they'll go out on the lake. They'll ice skate. They'll ice fish. They'll do whatever. They'll do all that stuff. My nephew is a big fisherman, and so I mean it's nice being out there. I mean they don't like if they're into the technology, they're all giving their phones anyways. But if they want to get outside, there's stuff to do outside there more than there is here. And so that's kind of I think my sister. I mean I don't know if my sister super enjoys it, and I mean I'd love to figure out how to help foot the bill a little bit. But
Did you make your tater tot casserole?
No. I know. I mean, they cooked everything. I mean, I need to make that, but I'd rather, I mean, I haven't made it in a while. I mean, it gets mentioned a lot because I know
it does.
I mean, when my friend mentions it for like card night and stuff, I says, yeah, the next big one, let me know. We'll do it. I mean, I think for his birthday, I think they're doing like a drive around type thing, and I'm not into that. I mean, they'll go to bar hop and stuff. And
Gross.
But so my sister hosted. And my brother-in-law, he loves to cook. So he's cooking, and they got the ovens upstairs and they got the ovens downstairs. They got the bar downstairs. I mean, it's I like going there because I mean, and they're gonna have sports on. So I think I sat in front of the TV, watched. They ate early. We ate at like 1.
Mm-hmm.
We got out there like maybe 11 or so, 11:30 or something. Because my nephew was going hunting up north, and so he had to go pick up his friend and then go up there. So he wanted to eat early, but he and his dad had done a lot of drinking the night before, and so in the end he didn't leave as soon as he did because I think he went in and took a nap. I mean, so he was beat. So I think they kind of did more than they should have the night before. But so we went out there early. I mean, my mom was like, "Are you ready to go?" I mean, like at 5:30 or 6. I'm like, because it's dark, and I'm like, well, I guess we can. I mean, really weren't doing much. I played a game of Skippo with my niece and my mom and my sister early on. Other than that, we were watching football. I know I was dozing. The couch is real comfortable, so I dozed a little bit here and there. I mean, I do that pretty much all the time. I can do that at a show, which I've done.
Yes, there's photo evidence.
The picture, this picture might leak from Train Fest of me, asleep.
What was the best thing you ate, and what was the thing that you did not like that you ate?
I don't think I ate much of the stuffing, but the mashed potatoes and turkey, definitely great. I mean, it's sweet potatoes are good when the first time when they're first cooked. I don't think they really survive well when they're reheated.
They don't reheat well.
Yeah. So, I mean, and my nephew usually eats a lot and didn't hardly eat anything at all. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? There's definitely something wrong here. So
interesting.
But yeah, so I mean, it was fun. So we were out there, and then
are you a gravy fan, a cranberry sauce fan, or nothing on the turkey?
Put gravy on the potatoes, and eventually I think I was dipping the turkey into the gravy on the potatoes and stuff. I mean, I poured it in the potatoes first, but yeah, gravy.
Mm-hmm. I'm a cranberry sauce guy, and I love. I do not like. This is weird. I don't like fresh cranberry. I need like the can. I want the shape of the cranberry sauce in a jellied can. I want like Bugs Bunny to open it up, and it's just gonna go and then wiggle and then fall out of the can. I want it to be the most jellied cranberry sauce, and I want you to cut it with a knife into circular patties. I love that. I'm all about it.
Yeah, we sell dried cranberries and stuff in some of the stuff we do for our store.
My mom made like fresh cranberry sauce, and I was like, Mother, I do not want this. I was like, give me jellied cranberry sauce.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's fine.
So it was good. It was like I said, I think it was a short day out there, and then we came back here, and I think I probably jumped on the computer and probably played games or did something. I mean, I didn't do much. I mean, I know we got to get caught up. I mean, my sister gave her an advent calendar of small puzzles, maybe like 80, 90 pieces.
Do you guys?
I thought building Lego with her was tough. I mean, puzzles are. I mean, I'm kind of helping, so I'm doing some of it. But puzzles are. I mean, they're a task too. So we got a few of those to do. We did 3 in a row. The one on the 7th we did 1, 2, 3, which every 2 days, and then now we're gonna have to do another 3 or 4. But yeah.
Do you guys watch the parade?
I don't think I didn't. I'm more of a sports guy, so when I get there, I was watching.
Have you ever watched the Macy's Thanksgiving parade?
No, the only parades I ever watched was the Rose Bowl ones a little bit, and that actually one year, I think it was 83. We actually were out there at the parade in 83 because my mom has relatives that live in Pasadena. And so we were out there, and actually a couple of them are lawyers. And so one of them actually had a plane. So the one year, this is a good story. So we get out there the one year, and he's like, yeah, we got to fly and get some roses. Who wants to go? I'm like, oh, I'll go. And so we went, and we actually flew, over to get some more roses for one of the parade floats or something. And in the end, we couldn't land because it was too foggy. And so we had to fly back. But I mean, we sat out there for the parade. We went to the game. It was the Rose Bowl game, which was cool. I think it was USC versus Ohio State, and I told one of my cousins, whatever, that I said, yeah, whoever wins, I'll buy. I'll buy like the football or something. So I had it, and it probably was with the stuffed animals. So it probably got given away with all the stuff. My mom gave all my stuffed animals away, but I had like a USC like football, like cloth little football I had bought that year because USC had beat, I think it was Ohio State that year or whatever.
Yeah,
so.
That's cool. Nice, very nice.
Those are the only parades I really ever went to, I think, unless I went to stuff around here when I was a kid. But yeah, July 4th parades when we had our banana bicycles and we decorate our bikes and do that stuff. But yeah, when I was yay tall. So no, my mom and my sister might have watched it, but I think they watched like Home Alone and a few movies. So upstairs usually is like the drama stuff, and then the basement's like the sports. So, because it's like man cave badger memorabilia downstairs, so it's all like red and white stuff. So downstairs we were watching basketball, a little bit of football. And I came upstairs to leave, and they were watching like Home Alone or something. A couple people crashed on the couch or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. When do you put your when do you normally put your Christmas decorations up?
Me?
Yeah, in general.
I don't, but
At all, period?
I don't put stuff up.
Like
my
even
mom,
like when you were in your place, you didn't have a Christmas tree?
Mm-mm.
Really?
No. Probably, I wish they had that little Lego Christmas tree. That's probably what I'd have. Maybe throw some lights around there or something. But I maybe throw some lights up or something around my apartment, but not much.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of Lego things, I'll credit where credit is due. I was at Target today, grabbing some candy, and I was looking for Christmas gifts, and I passed a end cap that had a wreath, a Lego wreath. And I was like, this is actually kind of neat. I mean, it doesn't look very big compared to like, real wreaths. But I don't see anything. I literally see nothing. I don't know when anything comes out. I don't follow anything on. So like everything when I see it in the store is literally me seeing it for the first time. And I was like, oh, this is really interesting.
Yeah, we bought the and built. My mom built the God, what's the winter plant? One of the flower type things, and I can't think of the name of it. It's on the top of my tongue, but
A bouquet?
No, it's got a special name, and I can't think of the name.
I don't know. I do not like macaroni salad, dude, Jude. I'm not a fan. I don't know. My like perfect Thanksgiving is usually some turkey, the cranberry sauce in the canned form, please. Also, I like stuffing. I like rolls. I like macaroni and cheese. I do not like green bean casserole at all. I think it's disgusting. I have never liked green bean casserole. I like green beans. I like fresh green bean. I do not like canned green bean. I think canned green beans make me sick. So that's probably why I don't like green bean casserole. But I like, what else do I like? Oh, also it's a tradition on my Mexican side of the family that we have tamales for Thanksgiving. So I had some tamales as well. It's very not American Thanksgiving food.
Well, the poinsettia. Poinsettia is what we built. My mom built it.
Oh, there you go. Good job. Thank you for the assist, dude, Jude.
So we built that, or I built some. She built most of it, but I was like handing her the parts, so it was kind of like a one person finds. So yeah, I mean, and it's wild because like they had the Walmart had that, and they had the tree, the taller tree, and it might have had the wreath. I don't remember. It had the poinsettia, but it had the Santa sleigh, which has been. Was it like I think 2021 or 2022? So it's been out for a while. I was like, wow, that's still out there. Wow, okay.
Oh,
cool.
I saw that too. It was next to the wreath on the thing. I was like, is this literally a set of just a sleigh with reindeer? Interesting.
With Santa, yeah. I mean I've got that to go with. So like when I was at Train Fest, I went to the store because I was in Milwaukee. Otherwise, I don't go to the Lego store. It's an hour and a half away. Not really worth going. I mean, you can get everything anywhere else I want to go. So I stopped at the store. And I bought some BAM. I think I showed that off last week. I bought like the brick, the present guy, and a couple dogs that were getting discontinued in Pick a Brick, and some more stuff for instruments. Maybe I grabbed some black whips. Maybe thinking if I can make that into like a French horn or something. Yeah, turn that into an instrument somehow. So
spicy.
And then. But yeah, the holiday set was there. So, I mean, that's the one full set of everything I got is the Winter Village series. So I've got everything from the first one to the current one. And then I've got most of the gift with purchase. So that's kind of like the all for one, hopefully retirement or down payment for something in the future where I've got them all. I mean,
hopefully.
And I haven't bought one of that current one for myself yet, but I mean, I really don't build that stuff as much anymore. But I didn't buy the toy shop, and then this is a post office. It's not the same, but it's another post office, and so it kind of makes me laugh that hey, you guys can't build a police station, you can't figure out how to build something new that you don't have. Let's go back in time and do another another thing. So it makes me laugh a little bit, but but hey, we got enough laughs while we worked for him over the years. So, I mean, laughs now is just, something that just makes us laugh even harder. So,
Sure.
But so, no, I mean, I went to the store for that. Picked up the truck. I need to still get a truck, but bought like the little delivery truck type thing. And so
I know you said that you don't put up Christmas decorations. Does your mom, I assume?
yeah, so I was getting to that. So my sister bought her one of those new LED trees last year that has the LEDs built into the tree. Because otherwise it was still a fake tree that she'd build. But I mean, it was a process to put all the different branches in, and then she run the lights on it. And you're like, oh my God. And as a kid, I never wanted to do that. Never. I'm like, oh my God, this is brutal.
Yeah. Yes.
I just didn't. And that's probably like back to earlier discussions we had earlier in the show. Yeah, I just didn't have the attention span to do stuff like that. And so this year we set up she came over, and my sister does a lot of stuff. I mean, I do a little bit here and there. I do some of the other stuff. She'll do that. I do some of the weird stuff. So she enjoys it because her tree was up when we were over there at Thanksgiving. So her tree was already up because her kids were coming back from school and stuff, or at least her niece, since she wanted it up. So
what is your so I have an answer for this. I'll say my answer first and then you can answer. When in your head is the ideal time to set up Christmas decorations? For me, it has always been the weekend immediately following Thanksgiving.
I think as soon as Thanksgiving's over. I mean, whenever I guess my sister wants to come over, and she came over, like I think maybe it was the weekend after that, and said, "Hey, let's set this up."
So like if you're in a house, like let's say you have
probably that after Thanksgiving, because you won't raise December hits, because you start, if you think of like advent calendars or anything, that's December. You want it up before December hits, because that's all the Christmas music's going to start then too. So you might as well have your tree up, if you're listening to stuff like that. So probably right around there would be the ideal time. So
got it.
So my sister came over, set the tree up, and of course she's saying, "Hey, the lights aren't working." I'm like, "Oh my God, again?" And last year they didn't work either. So she ordered a replacement box. She didn't have it that day. She brought the next day. We're trucking it up. Didn't work. I had to go to, what day was she there? She was there and I had to go somewhere. Maybe I either had to go to bowling or Lego maybe or something. Lego meeting somewhere. I had to go somewhere. And so they set it, she sets it up, and then at some point she says, "Oh, it was working." I'm like, "What?" It just started working. I'm like, "Oh my God, this is crazy." It happened last year too. It didn't work. Asked for a box, and then at some point it just starts working. You're like, "What the frick?" I mean, now it is in a room that upstairs all we have is electric base heaters on the upper floor. And so even I don't really use that. Now, the other night I used it because it was really cold, but I don't really use it. I can leave the door open, or I've got comforters and stuff. I mean, I don't really.
Is it haunted?
No, it's just because electric heat. I don't know if you use it, but electric base heaters are expensive to run. I can't imagine what heating was like this when we were kids, when there were 4 of us in here and those 3 rooms all had base heaters going in winter. I can't even imagine how crazy electric bills were back then.
Yeah.
And so I don't use them. 2 of the rooms aren't used. So basically the doors are open. My mom used to close them. I'm like, "Well, don't do that." Because then we had issues with moisture in the corners and stuff, because they would just get so cold that, you had moisture issues. And it might've been because maybe had some problems with the roof or something, but the roof got replaced. But I leave the doors open because it's an open stair going upstairs. So it's got railings around it. It doesn't have any wall or any railings. And so, but if she's got the heat going downstairs, it'll eventually go up anyways. So those bedrooms stay open. The storage can stay closed. I don't care. That can be an ice box in there. Doesn't matter to me. Nobody goes in there. The bathroom has heater on all the time because it's got pipes. So that stays set at 50 or whatever. It stays at 50.
Sure.
And so that's got the base heaters in there. So that's on, or it'll heat until it's 50, but the door doesn't stay closed. I mean, when I wasn't living here, probably maybe closed, and just on the upstairs, I think she had a blanket or something across the stairs, so the upstairs never got any attention.
We've got Judith of the Judith who's splitting off, dual personality syndrome again.
Oh man. So but yeah, so the upstairs, I mean, I'm not I don't really need to add more cost to me living here, whatever. I mean,
Sure.
between the cable bill and everything else, it's insane anyways. But yeah, so she came out, set the tree up. They did the garland in the front. My mom's got absolute ton of the animatronic dolls and stuff.
Oh, for the outside or inside?
Well, no, for Santa and stuff for the windows. She's got 2 bay windows in the front of her house.
Yeah.
And so they set up a bunch in the one window, like in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the dining room, they have before set stuff, but this year I think she just set it up on top of one, like one of the little stands or something. There's just one sitting over there, which is fine. Because there's no point. I mean, back in the old days, when she was in much better shape and everything, she would just go bonkers herself, and that's fine. When she was by herself doing it, it was bonkers. But
Sure.
she probably wouldn't remember how to do it all these days. So to me, it's one of those things where, it's one of those things where it's.
I love these are my favorite kind of comments where it's like, I miss you streaming. Judith of the Judith. Hold on. I have a screenshot on my phone recently. Interesting that you say you miss me streaming, because according to Twitch, I streamed for 200 hours this year. So that's very interesting that you miss me streaming. Very odd.
Yeah, you're just on the wrong other place. Wrong place.
I'm still there.
Need to go over to Twitch. So yeah, she set out. So it's all set up for whatever. I mean, actually, what's wild is like I get up in the morning to go to work, and I'm like, what is that weird noise? And I'm like, oh, that's right, it's that Santa doll still going. So I don't know if the timers. I need to talk to my sister to see if the timers were set up correctly or not. I mean, I don't know. I got to figure that out. But yep. So it's set up for the holidays right now. I mean, the neighbors will see it. Whoever's out walking around will see it. But I mean, some people go crazy. Like the woman down the street, her husband just passed away this year or last year, and the one son, I think, was my brother's age, and so they were friends when they were younger. I know him and whatnot, but she decorated for Halloween like crazy. I mean, just tons of stuff all around the outside and everything else. And I think she does a fair amount for Christmas too. But yeah, I mean, and we put stuff outside and stuff like that over the years, and we had like Merry Christmas up on the upper roof, up on the upper wall, because it's a dual like the house. You've got the front, you got the front roof, and then there's the upper section is it's recessed, and so we had like a Merry Christmas up on the wall, and then we had a light stream, flashing on it.
Sure.
So we just haven't. Yeah, well, Forever Sorting was the name of Hinkle's Tale over there on Bricksmith's channel.
Let's see. Dude Jude says, I don't do Twitch. Well, unfortunately, I also don't live stream for free anymore. So I quit that after giving the internet, oh Lord, 3 years of my life for free. You guys don't get that for free anymore. So
yeah. So I mean, it used to have a lot more. I mean, to me, I'm just not somebody who, I don't know. I just never got into it. I mean, I guess probably because of all the years of just doing whatever. I mean, even I think when I was out in Colorado, I just didn't. I mean, I was in an apartment, so I really. I mean, and you saw my apartment. I mean, you would be like, I mean, yeah, I don't know where you would put a tree, anyways. I mean,
well, I mean, yes, but you would want one. I mean, I would think ideally, yeah, I do remember it was crazy. It was insane, but that doesn't mean it was a good thing. I mean, that stuff should have got cleared out and put some real life stuff in there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it had stuff, real life stuff, and then it dwindled. That stuff dwindled at time and ended up in storage or whatnot over time. But yeah, so to me, but then I volunteered to work at the store, on Halloween and on Christmas Eve and all stuff, because I knew a lot of people had kids or whatever. I volunteered for the stuff because when I was out there,
it's very sweet.
Christmas, I don't think I did much, but New Year's Eve and Thanksgiving and stuff, I went down to my teammate from my bowling team, Captain Todd, lives in Parker. And so he loves to cook. I mean, he's got a nice kitchen. I helped him kind of do some of the wiring and stuff when he remodeled because he was working on that right about the time I got let go. And so after I got let go, I was spending a lot of time down at his house initially before I went back to cable, helping him run wire and stuff. So we remodeled his living room and his kitchen, and I kind of made suggestions like, well, maybe you should run hard Cat 5 to a couple of these locations, because there's always Wi-Fi is great, but you never know when you want that hardline connection. You might as well have it. And so he did that, and that's why I mentioned when Brick Slopes was going to Colorado, I was like, hey, how much is a room at Hotel Negley? And he's like, oh, it's like, man, we're ripping up the basement right now, so I don't know. I'm like, oh, it's like, okay, well, worst case, I'll get a room. It doesn't matter. I just figured I'd ask, and just.
Are you going for sure?
I pretty much have banked. I already asked for time off. I'm pretty much going. So.
Okay, yeah, just curious.
Yeah, well, as founder of DENLUG, I don't know what my name would be like if I didn't go back to that show. Because
I mean, I agree, but hey, your life.
Well, I don't have a girlfriend right now. So, if I suddenly had a girlfriend tomorrow and she said, okay, well, you get 1 week and I get 1 week, I'm like, well, I guess it's Brick Slopes, and then Brick World I'd go down on Friday or something. And, actually, technically this year I'd be like, well, if it happened this year or suddenly tomorrow I had a girlfriend, I'd be like, well, next year you only get one trip. I'd say, well, I got Brick Slopes. And then Chicago, I'd be like, good news. I'd be like, good news, Mark. You got to find someone else to manage the yard sale. I'm sure you'd have a heart attack with that one. But
good news, everyone.
Good news. But to me, yeah. So I usually get 2 weeks of vacation, and so I'm pretty sure I want to go to Brick Slopes. I've been out there a while. Plus, I get to see a lot of the bowling guys and whatnot. And if they're still bowling that Wednesday, my goal would be to get out there early. And then I don't know what the activities are. It's a first-year show, so I don't know. I might still try to see if they're doing the Moonlight, maybe say, hey, you want a guest caller? I'm in town. I could call the Moonlight tonight. Type thing. I don't know. So
can I ask you a dumb question?
Mm-hmm.
So you work for, is it Bucky Badger? Is that what it is? Right?
L&L Foods, yeah, delivering Bucky products. Yep. Bucky Badger products.
Is that's not the same as Bucky the Beaver?
No. That's Bucky's. Bucky's is that gas station. No.
Yeah, it's huge here. Like, it's massive.
Yeah. Well, they were gonna put one up here, and so there's a sign, and maybe it's a plug at the fact that they were gonna have one, and maybe aren't now. There's a sign saying Bucky's 556 miles or something.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're probably paid for that sign to say, hey, this if you're gonna like diss us, we're gonna advertise the next closest one away and really add, because I think they were gonna put one kind of north of Madison, and I was like, oh.
No, they do the same thing here. Like I passed 2 Bucky's on my way to Dallas, and both of them I will get signage for them like about 45 minutes to an hour before I get there. And it's like 75 miles, 65 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles, 10. These are massive billboards.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my goodness. And then you get there, and I usually stop because they are nice. The food's nice. I think it's a little overrated, but there's 400 gas pumps. The thing is, it's huge. I'm like, oh my God, I've never seen a gas station this big. Due to Judith is out of here. Hey, you know what? That's okay. Not everyone can stay up to the wee hours of the night.
Wow. Our viewership just went up again. So I wonder if, wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, cool.
How many people are watching us?
Well, I don't know. It says 6. It says 6 right now. So, So I don't know. It could be, we get fluctuations. It could be just people checking in to see what's going on. We're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So we're kind of still, it's Panda. Hey, Panda, how's it going, buddy? It's one of those things where, remember, you remember Friday Night Bricks used to go 4 or 5 hours. It's now, luckily I'm drinking some caffeine tonight. I don't know, I got up early enough this morning. I probably wouldn't still be going.
Yeah.
And thankfully you jumped in, because I was starting to drift a little bit. So.
Well, I don't like it when you're alone. And
actually, you know what? I saw you went live the other night, and I
yes, I did.
Last night, I'm like, was it last night?
Yeah, it was last night.
And I was like, oh, and I saw it, and then I was like, and then I got sidetracked.
It's okay. That's my normal.
How did you do on your? How did the charity one go? I saw you posted pictures with lots of eyeballs on you.
Yes, it was very successful. So My goal was $250.
Yeah.
That was the goal. We earned $350. So that was awesome. $100 over the goal. I had 14 eyeballs on my face. Every donation that was $2 or more got a eyeball on my face. So that tells you how many people individually donated. I also ate a lot of really gross things. The worst thing, the absolute worst thing, was possum candy, possum flavored candy. Absolutely horrific. The worst thing I've ever had in my life. I don't recommend. It was so foul. I've had 3 people since then try it, and all 3 of them have spit it out. So, but it was a good incentive.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, now as a whole, wasn't that part of the whole superhero project?
So the superhero project as a charity organization, their goal this year is $50,000.
Okay.
So they do a charity fundraiser every year through the entire month of November and December. It's the last 2 months. The goal is to hit 50,000 by the end of the year. I don't know where they're at right now. I think they're at 14. So they're on their way. But they have a match. The campaign is called the Mighty Match because somebody, an anonymous angel donor, has agreed that any donations made in these 2 months, they'll match them, which is really awesome. So, we just earned a little tiny bit into that, but it was good. It was successful. I want to do it again. That was my first ever charity live stream. So I was, maximum shenanigans as you're supposed to be. It was very successful.
Your own, right? Because I mean, you were on the Beyond the Brick one,
right? I've supported many other charity live streams. I supported the Beyond the Brick one. I've supported Brian when he's done Stand Up to Cancer. I have supported. It was my first time for me to use my channel and my platform and then also to pick a charity of my choosing and do it, which was a lot of fun. Never done it before. That was my first time, and it was successful. So I do plan on doing it again next year around the same time. And of course, that means I need to raise the goal and I need to raise the shenanigans because that's what you're supposed to do.
Nice. Yeah.
But yeah, last night was just kind of the typical stream. I was working on Kickstarter commissions for the Doodle book. I don't think did you support that one? I don't remember.
The second one?
I don't think you did. I don't remember shipping you a book.
Maybe not. I might have missed out on that. I mean, it might have gone live right when I was kind of in between stuff where
it's okay.
Didn't have the funding. I mean, and that's kind of the thing is, I mean, it's so up and down. And there's, like you said, I mean, there's so many things I want to do or help out on. And actually that's the thing is even the StreamYard went up like crazy amounts. I mean, it went up like almost doubled in price. Actually, it was like, what the frick? Are you kidding me? Like, wow. It's like, damn, that's crazy. So yeah, this doubled in price. I mean, I Patreon you and I Patreon the music that you hear in the background.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's true. You are a patron of mine. You haven't participated in any of the characters.
Well, you know what? I missed that one by literally hours. I was like, oh.
We're on round 3 now.
Of what?
I do a new one like every single week.
Oh. Yeah, I think one of them I missed, and then I was like, oh, well, I see it. I mean, the problem is I think the problem is probably what I need to do is I need to switch a few of those emails to like my new work email because it doesn't get hardly anything. I actually did one of the company where I was going to maybe get some work shirts. I did an email for them to that work email, and it just I'm like, are you kidding me? No, I don't need this. And I said, get that out of here. I don't want all that stuff because you're not doing. I mean, all I did it was because I was hoping that it would be affiliated with the work, and that way they would see that, so that if I wanted to get work shirts, they could say, "Oh, okay, he worked for these guys. Okay, cool." But it was like an email like every day. I'm like, oh my god, my personal account has that much. It's like this is a nightmare. And so I did an unsubscribe on a bunch of stuff recently the other day. I probably should have written them all down. I'll probably do that the next day or so. And then if they keep coming, I'm like, guys, this is stupid. That's why I might move some of that stuff to my work email or to a different email so that it doesn't, because my email I've had for 30 years, just the spam, I can't even imagine what half is the spam shit is. I mean, but it just gets bombarded. And it might be the fact that I have the websites and somehow that information gets out there. Maybe one month that you don't go privacy saved or something just freaking blows up or something. I don't know, but or you subscribe to one channel and then they sell it to someone else and someone sells it to someone else. And before you know it, I got emails coming out of the wazoo. Or I make the mistake of going, hey, let me see what life insurance is. And I go look at one website and then bam, it's like, I don't know. I was just looking. You guys gotta get a better, it's like, oh my God.
Did you see
one of these days I'm gonna start answering spam calls, say, oh yeah, you're gonna give me how much money? Free, no interest, $1 million?
Great.
Oh wait, no, not me to pay. No. If you give it to me, come on, man, give it to me. Send me a check. Come on, do it.
People will love that. Are you going to become a spam baiter?
Yeah, I just want to do it. I mean, I love the guys that do crazy stuff like that, or those videos where they just do something crazy. They stick it next to stick it in a. What I need to do is stick the phone in I need to go back to the bins. Remember the bins with all my bricks? I need to just stick the phone in the bin of bricks and just kind of. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's going on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You know how annoying it is on the stream. Can you imagine if you had to listen to that on the phone? You're like, oh my God, get the up.
Isn't that called pulling a Larry?
Pulling a Larry? That's if you drop it, if you push it to the floor.
No, when you just hear very extreme loud rustling bricks and nobody can hear you.
Yeah, I think Larry was known for that. Yeah, there's a few people that have done that. I mean, where they just forget. During D&D, Bricklock has done it a couple times. We're like, Jesse's like, can you mute yourself right now?
Yeah, can you please? So did you see that Jesse's character won last week, the Dark Elf Warlock?
For
Patreon.
No. I guess I wasn't paying attention to what it is or whatnot. Oh, in terms of everybody picks a character or something.
Yeah. So so the thing is that I open up a call and I say, pitch whatever character you want. I will draw every single one. And I do a sketch of every single one that people participate. And then I say, okay, here's all the sketches, everybody. Vote on one that you like the most. And I will polish that. I will completely polish it to a final piece of artwork. And then that's the one that wins. So we've done it twice. We did Mushroom Ninja was the first one. And then the second one was Dark Elf Warlock.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we are currently, as of right now, until midnight Sunday, we're in round 3 where anybody can pitch anything again.
Oh, okay. And so you just pitch it within that chat. Okay.
Yeah, you put it in the thread. You can literally say anything. The only thing is I said I wanted it to be fire related. That was it.
Dang it. Somebody's already using half of my idea. Dang it. Crazy people.
Really?
Hawkeye.
Of course.
Stealing this guy right here. Stealing this guy right here. This guy. Right here.
Who? Squirrel.
Squirrel. He used squirrel in his. I guess I'll have to make mine better than that.
That's right. You will.
Still with a squirrel, though.
Of course. I mean, naturally.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Well, actually, now I think about it, wasn't really a squirrel, but it would be quite related to maybe a squirrel, maybe or something. But yeah, I was thinking something else, a little bit more ferocious, perhaps, maybe.
Like a saber-toothed tiger, like whatever's the ancestor of the squirrel.
No, actually, I was thinking of something a little bit scarier, a little bit more smelly.
More smelly. A skunk?
Perhaps.
There you go.
Maybe I should do it live before it gets taken here. Let's see here.
How many people we have with us out there right now watching in the live stream?
It says there's 5.
Yeah, what can we
now? It could be. I mean, I do have an ex who lives in town who could be listening. She listened last week. She was like, "Wow, you were by yourself last week. You gonna be by yourself this week?" I'm like, "No, probably not." Hopefully
She was
not.
listening. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, she also she works. She works in one of the hotels around here. But yeah, she's somebody I dated before I left town. We dated 4 or 5 years. She was. I first dated her when I was probably. She might have been 17, and I was probably early. I was in my 20s. She was at the bowling center. She came into the bowling center one night with her friends. So yeah.
Yeah. Marco. Yeah. Anybody? Fire some questions at us, guys. I mean, you guys have an unprecedented access to 2 people. We have nothing to do but talk. So let's hear some of these questions. Mash.
I'm trying to think. There we go. I think that would be good. Let's see.
Reed, what do you want for Christmas?
Oh,
Your 2 front teeth?
I got that. Actually, it's what's wild is actually one of them's gonna have to get pulled. I mean, it's starting to hurt a little bit tonight. Probably I'll probably get money. I mean, I have to replace. I probably have to replace the thermostat in my van. And I probably want to do that before it actually goes, and then I need to actually replace the blower motor. I actually have to do that again. I think my dad was I think even with his hearing aid up and saying he couldn't hear it, I think still might have been a hippopotamus. No, actually mine, I'm going to actually post it right now. A skunk wizard throwing a flaming stink cloud.
Amazing. Love it.
Yes.
Dude20 says, is Lego bad to work for? I don't think any place is inherently bad to work for. I think if you are an adult fan of Lego, you will not enjoy working there because you have a very romantic sense of what it's like to work for the company that makes your favorite thing, and that is not at all how it works.
Yeah, I mean the benefits were good. I mean it was okay. I guess if I could go backwards in time, I probably wouldn't have gone full time. I mean even though it was kind of it just fell into place that way, but I probably would have maybe said, you know what? Especially because I was when I went full time, I dropped. My pay was like I probably went from like $50,000 a year or low $50,000 a year to like 20 or 25. It was like, oh my God, heart attack. That's how I got my van repoed. Work had never, my personal life, that was the one thing that I think, I don't know, you taught me or somebody, or I learned it was personal life. Don't bring your personal life to work. And so it never came to work until they repoed the van. And that was the first time my personal life ever invaded my workspace at Lego.
So did you know it was happening? Or
yeah,
did you
the guy came in and said, yeah, we're here to repo your van. Oh, do you want anything out of the van? I'm like, oh my God. And I took a few things out. I was like, holy crap.
I can't believe that they actually did that because I feel like they just take it and they don't tell you.
Well, maybe that was the older days. I mean, it was one of those things where maybe somebody who actually was sensitive. I mean, I'm working. There's nothing I can do anyways. I mean,
Sure.
if he took it at work. Now, if he takes it at home, they're probably just going to take it because they know you're going to put up a fight there. But if it's at work, I mean, they're like, well, this guy's at work. I mean, he's not going to be able to do anything anyways. He doesn't know we're out here. He might have already had it hooked up or had it close to being hooked up. And I'm like, there's nothing I can do, And so I was like, yeah, I mean, and that was, like I said, problem was I had Santander or whatever the name of it was. The problem was that the payment needs to go in on this month, on this day of the month, because I get paid here. It needs to go in here. And so I told them that if you're going to take automatic payments, you got to do this way. What do? I get paid here and it's supposed to come here. They take it out here. And so they bounce crap all over the place. And so I had no money. I'm like, guys, you can't do that. And so they did it time and time again. And so, so then I didn't have money. I was like, and then it's like, then I was like, in the end, I had to go to the Attorney General of Colorado to settle the whole thing.
In the end, it doesn't even matter.
And that actually fixed it at that point. I mean, whether Santander really had anything at that point, it was like they were screwed. I mean, you involved the Attorney General. I mean, that's all bets are off there. So I mean, it kind of sucked, but so it's nice. I mean, work for Lego was great. I mean, put it this way, like I said earlier in the show, I would not have as much Lego as I have if I wouldn't work for Lego.
Of course
I
not.
mean, you know, because you
Employee
just
discount.
the discount and the fact that you see it all the day, you see it every day. So you see it and you see stuff. And I work pick-a-brick, so I wouldn't have definitely 125,000 clear plates probably because if I wasn't working there, well, part-time I might still have gotten it. But
would you say so? Like, let me push back. Would you say that's a good thing that you were there and you had access to a discount, so you have so much? But does it cross over into just an abundance for an abundance sake?
Well, I mean, the goal was always to buy to build. The problem was, once Hope Castle started, all the sets got pushed aside and I went to MOC. So it was a lot of set building in the beginning. And then the minute kind of Hope Castle took over, I mean, Hope Castle's been around since 2013. Every year it's had something, some kind of change, something. And so if you think about it, think of how many sets I could have built in that time frame where I'm working with a castle that's got 125,000 plus pieces every year. Now the castle doesn't have that much right now, but at its height, it had 125,000 parts just in the walls. Just in the walls. That's without the figures, without the mills, without anything. I mean, it probably was close to 500,000 parts in there. So the question is, I mean, you figure that. I mean, sets. I mean, there aren't any sets out there that have that many parts. I mean, Falcons have 5,000, whatever. I mean, I could have built so many sets in that time frame where I was taking apart the castle and then rebuilding the castle. And so it's one of those things where, I built, and plus I bought a lot of city sets because I was hoping John and I were going to do a city. So I was buying stuff, constantly thinking, okay, we're going to throw this in a city eventually. And so I'll buy that. I wasn't buying castle and all that stuff, which would be worth, I'd be freaking sitting on gold. I mean,
well,
but I
so
bought the city stuff, which most of it isn't worth almost the plastic it's, made out of. I mean,
so whereas, I'll be, super honest and be like, I was obviously there as well for a very long time and I was surrounded by a discount. And because I was in the corporate office, I was next to that, very illustrious 75% scratch and dent area. And I mean, I spent a ridiculous amount of money and I absolutely regret it. It was not worth it. It was not something I needed. It was just kind of this, it's here and it's discounted, so I should get it. And it was reckless. It was a lot of reckless spending. And I'm not alone. I know there's a lot of employees that just kind of recklessly spend. And it doesn't mean everything was completely wasted. I mean, there was some stuff I had some good time building and enjoying. But like, I think in general, having access to so much and having it discounted, it's a very dangerous, slippery slope into just reckless spending.
I mean, I mean, a lot of mine probably is. There's stuff that I just bought that, for perfect example was that Death Star. You're like, hey, Reed, the Death Star is expiring at the end of the year. I'm like, oh, wow.
Well,
and so, I mean, I picked it up half off, so $200. Now, granted, I have somebody at the bowling center who was like, he wants it. Like I said, that I think I probably mentioned a couple times, came up into conversation, and I said, "Oh, Death Star, Lego Death Star." Like, yeah, I thought you were into trains. I'm like, no, I'm into Lego. It's like, and he was like, yeah, it's crazy expensive. And I went and looked, and I had a card, and I go, you're looking at eBay prices, right, at $950, $1,000. Says, yeah. I says, well, I'm not going to charge you that much. And, basically in my head, my ballpark is like $650 to $700, which is like a third, like $300 less than what he's looking at. And I'm like, and I mean, and that's still, it's with 400 retail. It's not even double. I mean, actually, technically it's probably valued at probably $850, I think on some of the sites, but I would probably sell it because I got to see him every week at bowling. So I don't want to totally rip him off. $650 to $700 feels like I'm not taking him for everything I'm worth. It's like, 1.5 times what the original value was. So it's not super thing. I mean, and I have a sealed Maersk. I've sold one already. And see, and now that I have a feeling that John is never coming back, I'm selling stuff off. I got 2 Maersks built anyways. If he comes back, I still have 2 built Maersks. But I got one. I mean, at this point,
I mean, you're a decade in, dude.
Yeah.
He's out.
Well,
he's not coming back.
Almost. We're probably going to be closing on 2 here pretty soon.
Yeah. See, that's done. There's nothing there except frustration.
Yeah.
So
Well, especially when I walk to the door and he just kind of, I'm like, okay, whatever. Then, brushes me aside. I mean, probably didn't help that day I had actually gone to the Lego meeting and I threw on the Lego polo. Actually, it's ironic. I went to the Noble Night Games, the largest board gaming store in the country. And I walked into there and I'm walking around. The guy's like, you work for Lego? I'm like, I used to. Oh, and he started talking. We started talking. I think he was from Colorado, ironically, or something somewhere. I'm like, really? I'm like, wow, that's where I used to work. And so we got in a conversation. I mean, just out of the shirt. I mean, and then I walk up to John's house and I was actually facing away. But the minute I kind of turned to read, and then he saw the shirt and he just was like, nope. And then I was like, so he made the assumption. He made the assumption we were going to talk Lego, even though all it was just a polo. I mean, it actually got me a conversation at another store where somebody I didn't even know. And so, yeah.
No, I mean, hey, I actually get it. I get it a lot. I mean, I sympathize with that because, I mean, like I'm not in this hobby anymore. I've got a lot of like legitimate trauma tied to this now. And it's fine. I mean, it is what it is, but I have a lot of friends and I stick around with this stuff for like the friends, but I have a lot of people that I'm not friends with. And then those are the people that are like, come back to Lego, come back to Lego, come back to Lego, come back to Lego, come back. And I'm like, I'm not friends with you. I don't enjoy it. This is like hurtful memories and trauma. And like, you're just pissing me off. Yeah. And it's like, but then again, like I'm friends with you. I'm friends with like Brian. I'm friends with other people that are deeply still in the Lego community. Yeah. And I don't get as mad being like pressured all the time. Yeah. But like, I can understand from your friend's perspective, if it's like, if I feel like, oh my God, like you're just pressuring me endlessly. And it's like, I've already told you no respectfully over and over and over and over. It's like, I'm just done. I just like, I get it. That's how I feel sometimes with certain people that I'm not super friendly with that just never drop it. And it's like,
well, I mean, and you look, I mean, and that's kind of thing that is so nice of you coming back to the hobby is because look at the background. I mean, you came back, you didn't even come back to the hobby, but you came back and you sketched us. You had fun with us. And it's kind of fun. And so what's so funny is it's like, it's awesome because these guys are all, I mean, but they're all doing other stuff too. I mean, and like you said, certain parts of certain parts of the show when you started to come back, they were talking about a lot of shows and they kind of did it tonight. And I kind of just stepped into the background and like, you know what, that's fine. That's not stuff I'm into. Go for it. I mean, if it's going to keep people entertained and that may be why sometimes it was maybe busier is because a lot of those conversations are there. I mean, all I remember is in the early days when you popped in the early days, it just exploded. I mean, just, you may have 5 watching like 3 hours ago, you pop in and it goes from 5 to like 14. It was just insane because that was even with your draw, but that was back when you were doing Lego. So the draw was there. I mean, the draw still is there. I mean, you still saw Enforcer was like, wow, Hinkle, so I mean, there's people out there that still, the people that are deeply rooted that have been around the community for years know the name. That's why I joke with Wagner all the time. I says, wait until you guys show up at Chicago together. We'll put you guys side by side, and it's going to say Kevin, and it's going to say Hinkle.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like, what? When's if I stand the other way? I was like, well, it won't matter to me. I don't care. I think.
Did you ship my shirt yet or no?
No, I haven't. I keep meaning to, like, I'm in all these Walmarts, and I keep thinking I need to get these. I think I'm just going to mail in envelopes because, like, the padded envelope.
Yeah, just put it in a bubble mailer.
Yeah. So no, I got 6 plus. Well, that's the other thing. Actually, I got to email that guy. I still got to pay for those. Well, the problem was Z Severus got messed up. So I'll give them to you. And then I took a picture. I need to send it to him and say, this is what you did. I mean, how much do I owe you for that? And then for the other one, I mean, I actually bought a bunch of other shirts. I was maybe just going to get just the Friday Night Bricks, like embroidered just on like above the pocket area. Just so, cause I'm wearing shirts for work. I mean, and I'm just wearing polos. I might just, maybe do a little advertising on the shirt, just plain shirts. I think it's got a polo logo on one side. I was just going to throw the fried bricks over here or something just to kind of just have something. I mean, that or they're going to be the ones for work Badger. I don't know. I mean, I haven't decided yet. So, but to me, it's like, they're there. I mean, you, Ralph, Iceberg, Ben, Wagner Jr. Well, actually, Ben's not. Wagner Jr.
You mean Wagner Family Gaming?
Yeah. Yeah, JJW Gaming 123, whatever. Yeah. That's on his shirt. That's on his. That's the name on his shirt. Yeah,
That's amazing.
So him. The ones I have upstairs is him, Iceberg, you,
Mm-hmm.
Ralph. It has Ralph and then Victor Brickworks. Who else?
Well, as soon as I get the shirt from you, and I know it's free, I will respond. I'll send you one of my new books for free.
Okay, that's fine.
Trade. It'll be a trade off.
That's fine. Yeah, so there's a few. I think because I ordered 7. Well, actually, I have one up there. I have a new one. I have one new one that says Hope Castle on it. So that'll be my show shirt.
Yes.
Because this one's almost nice for work because it does have my name on it, Reed. So, I mean, if I walk into a place and they're like, I'm like, well, it's just Reed. I only wear it on Fridays anyways. I think I wore it on a Wednesday the other day, I think, or whatever. I've worn it a couple times on a different day just for the hell of it. But
Sure.
But yeah, so yeah, there's like 7. So six other ones. So yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of, I mean, I almost probably at some point just need to do like, what was the t-shirt place you were using at one time?
For what? For what?
Didn't you have some like shirts that you were, t-shirts that you were doing or
Oh,
that
you
could have
mean
your image?
with Clutch?
No, didn't you even with some of your drawing stuff have just a link where you could still take the art and put it on a shirt?
Yeah. I mean, I have a Redbubble shop.
Redbubble. Okay.
Yeah, that's still hopping. Actually, it's been doing really well because it's Christmas season, so Redbubble actually puts marketing money into it. So I've gotten a lot of sales over the last couple weeks.
Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of I mean, to me, I almost need to have something. I mean, and to me, that's I tell people too, is the logo is your work too. I mean, that was I mean that, and then obviously the old Assembling Hope too, which I almost could just almost somehow switch it just Hope Castle or something at some point maybe. But
you probably could if you wanted to.
So, but yeah, so it's I mean, to me, it's like you've done a lot. I mean, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff. I mean. Luckily, I've gotten 2 of me. I've got the Gargamel and I got the much
Gargamel. Yeah, I mean, I'm still happy to do work for people that I know and that they're respectful of my boundaries and they've stuck with me. Yeah. That's a big thing. People that have stuck with me through everything, I really appreciate. Most people have not. So
yeah, and that's
like,
and then that's where you're going to get the biggest, I mean, that's where I think I hear the biggest is when, if I mention the name, that's the people that, maybe didn't think about sticking with you through thick and thin are the ones that, none of them are on that screen. But I mean, that's one of those things where it's like, well, I mean, it's friendship is friendship. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's through thick and thin. I mean, we've got a 20-year age gap between the two of us. And we're still friends. I mean, it's one of those things where it started at the Lego store. But I mean, I helped you pack. I helped you move. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like I mean, it's what friends do. I mean, that's the wild thing is that makes me even kind of more sad about John is it looks like he could use some help around his house and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, I'll come help. I'll mow. I'll paint. I'll do whatever. I mean, it's the friendships that you want to kind of last. I mean, if you read anything they talk about in the books and the famous quotes, it's like friendships are the one that you need to keep the longest because you just never know. I mean, and that's why those bowling guys out in Colorado, I should have gone and watched the one guy bowl, but it's kind of, he bowled this last weekend at a tournament up here. And I mean, he's one of the guys I kind of don't get along with after the last road trip we went on. I kind of I don't know if I'd go on a road trip with him again, but it's one of those things where he was up here, but he's not the one as one I'm as close to. It's a good team though. I mean, when we were out, most of us were out in Colorado. It was, and we went to nationals this last year. It's a close group. I mean, we've been bowling together for 20 years off and on. I mean, we bowled together for the first 5 or 6, without fail. And then nationals off and on for the last 20 for me. 2 or 3 of them have bowled 20 some years straight together. Myself and one of the other ones have not, because just life and us in different spots and stuff, and just not putting nationals as high up. I mean, like even this next year they're in Baton Rouge, and I'm like, I'd love to go visit some of the people I know through YouTube and everything else, but I don't think I can really do that one. I mean, unless I fly out and fly back, it's just not in the cards for me. It's.
Mhm.
But I mean, I love the guys to death. I mean, that's why even going to Colorado in April would be great because I get to see the two of them that are in Colorado
Mhm.
that are out there and that have mentioned one's got kids, and he mentioned like Brickfest Live. I'm like, no. And I think I kind of did like a dude, like all caps. And he's like, oh man, I'm sorry. I'm like, well, dude, that's just one you got to stay away from. You mentioned that to the people who are really big Lego people. It's one of those ones. It's like a black flag, red flag type thing. You just don't.
Yeah.
Those are the words that you just like, strikes fear in most Lego people, unfortunately.
Yeah. I can't believe it's still around, honestly.
Well, it's not Chad. I mean, he sold it, and it's
No,
like,
I know.
But it's, to me, the problem is I think they just did too many. They split their resources. It's like, why? Would you
But
do
yeah,
that?
I'm more shocked because of all the negative press they've had for just years after years after years, and it's just like you look at some of the like Facebook events, and it's just like the comment section is just riddled with parents just going off, and bad experience, not a lot, blah 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 blah.
Well, and there's a few
like-
places that still kind of that don't have much, still kind of do it, and it's kind of like, I don't know why you do it, but okay. I mean, to me, it's kind of things where I wouldn't, I mean, that's kind of the thing is it's come up, and I'm not going to bring it up here, but I mean, there's at least one place I'm like, why would you do that? I mean, I just wouldn't do it. I mean, to me, it's just, there's certain places I just would like, yeah, I understand the reasoning behind it, but I wouldn't. I mean, because all you're doing is you're helping them give them more photos to make the shows that are going to be absolute crap look like they're going to be awesome. I love it. They show that big castle. I think that was Carter's build or somebody. Wasn't that big, huge, great castle they show in their images? I want to say it.
No, I don't think it was. It was nobody known. It was
Nobody
just like,
known.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is the Brickfest model was reliant on new blood every single time because it was kind of a let's partner, let's utilize, and let's burn the bridge. Now let's find a new one. Let's partner, let's utilize, let's burn the bridge. Now, and because that's why you never had veterans or long-term community members supporting those shows. It was all these families that you're like, wow, you have a 12-foot castle. Where have you been? And it's like, I've been in my basement for 10 years. And it's like they're not connected to the larger community.
Yeah.
And so, it sounds a lot harsher than I mean it to, but they don't know any better. So they've come out, they're excited. There's a new event in their area. They think this is their chance. They get out there and Brickfest Live like eats those alive, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what it's like. Oh, great, wonderful. And they get them. So a lot of those things that you've seen over the years, like giant castle spreads and massive like those are like brand new AFOLs that have no idea what's going on, and they're just there for a show, and then they learn and they go, oh, actually, I don't really like this, and then they don't, and then rinse repeat.
But even like the Denver one, like when Chad had it, he had like the video gaming and stuff like that. So the Denver Brickfest was actually decent from that standpoint, but that was the year that kind of and then it just went downhill from after that. And so,
sure. And
then when the new owner got it, I mean, they're probably using, when he sold it, he probably gave them all the photos. So they're using old stuff. I mean, and you're like, oh my God, really? You're going to use, I mean, if that's not there, I mean, the person's like, well, where's the castle that you advertising on Facebook? And they're going to just be like, well, wait a minute here. I mean, if you're going to say it's here, I mean, one of these times someone's going to just, someone's going to stand outside and say, hey, let's do a class action. And just, they're going to, I mean, at some point, somehow something's going to happen and they're going to end up between a rock and a hard place, but maybe not. I mean, it might be too that people just walk away and like, oh, we're never doing that again. Maybe. But like you said, I mean, he's just got so many cities and everything else. It's like, it's crazy. I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, to me, even if you're taking it over and still do like a show every weekend, don't do 2 shows every weekend and split your resources. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Nobody in their right mind is going to split something that you barely have enough to do anything. I mean, at that point, I would have been like, just do one. Do one and hope that you maybe get something that is okay. But if you split your resources and try to do 2 different locations, I mean, it's already barely enough. And then you have from barely enough to like piss poor. I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, it is horrible, and you're surprised it's kind of still out there, but
yeah, because I mean, and the only reason it is, literally the only reason it is because, you know, the hobby and the brand and the community, it's never going to go away. It's never going to go away. It's never going to stop. And there's always going to be new people. And if there's always new people, problem solved, right?
Well,
if your issue is that you can't, like, see, the thing is that from what I remember, a lot of the Discord in like Brickfest Live, it's like, well, I don't understand how it can keep going. The community hates it. It's like, yeah, but there's always a new person that enters the hobby that goes and supports it. Always. And these are the people that you can't discredit because they're the ones that have been building in their basement for 15 years and they don't know anybody, and they show up and they have 18 aircraft carriers, and you're like, oh, well, there you go. Like, there's just never a shortage of new people. And so they're never going to have the problem of not having support because there's just always somebody that new that will show up.
Well, hopefully. I mean, like you said, I mean, and that's the thing is, I mean, I don't know how much, you know, I mean, and you're right. And I think sometimes it's like, and there might not be very many, because you're right. If they're not connected to a lug, people might think there's going to be much, and then there really isn't, because you're right. They're either using photos from a different show that had good lug support, and then they get to this show, and like I said, they just pulled someone off the street that had something, and
and then you can have community members being like, okay, well, I'm going to make this my crusade to tell every new AFOL about this show and how they shouldn't support this show, and we're going to blog about it on all these blogs. Like, yeah, but the whole point of me saying like you've got new blood coming out and fueling this event is that they're not connected. They're not going to see the blog. They're not going to see the lug posts. Because they're not in the community. They are people that are in a basement and they're just a hobbyist and they're having fun. And then they were scrolling Facebook one day, and Brickfest Live has paid, $100,000 for Facebook ads to run endlessly to the end of time. And they're going to go, oh, what's this? And then they're in, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing is it's just, and like you said, like Brickford, it's mostly kids. I mean, like people have asked this as well. If your kid's under 5, they might be entertained for maybe a half an hour, but you're not going to be entertained. And so it's one of those things where, I mean, some of it might be, but to me, it's like, I mean, it could be so much better, even if you didn't split your resources, it could maybe be a little bit better. But I mean, like you said, they're out trying to make a buck. Problem is they're also hitting grounds where there's other established regular good shows that kind of are now getting hurt because every show says brick in it. I mean, it's like at this point, you almost need to just kind of, I mean, you hate to change it, but you almost want to change something to get away from the brick thing. It's like blocks or something, and just get away from bricks so that, it can't be associated with the bad show. But of course, they might want to follow, but then again, they probably branded so much, they probably can't afford to do it. Whereas maybe another show possibly could, but there's so many shows that have brick in it. You just don't have a way. And there's no, Better Business Bureau for Lego conventions type things, so that you have a major website that has no financial, kickbacks from the shows. It just tells it how it is straight up, grades A to F, and just, I mean, they almost need that, but I mean, it's kind of those things where would it work, and would it help the public? I mean, you'd have to advertise in the right areas. Like I said, they're blasting Facebook, and so
And then the really other interesting thing, this brings up a very good point, is that now we start getting into this weird place that I know a lot of AFOLs get into, where we start getting into how do we protect the public from these brick events and I'm like, yeah, but my pushback is why? Like, that's a Lego legal conversation. That's a Lego PR. Like, you are a hobbyist at home with a limited amount of time and money. It's not your job to go protect the Lego brand and save these families from having a bad experience. Like, that's not your job. No. It's not your job. It's not your responsibility. Lego's not going to reward you for doing that and say, wow, you're such a great AFOL. Here's a sale. Here's some free parts. Like, they're not going to do that. And it's like, you get into this weird Lego apologist mindset where it's like you feel like it's your job to defend the brand and I'm like and so many fans get into it and I'm like, why? What do you get out of it? I don't understand what the reward is.
I mean, the only ones that maybe really probably get into are the ones that maybe want to make sure that their reputable shows don't get damaged by, you know, misinterpretation of
Maybe.
the show. I mean, like for example, is Brick World, like the Brickfest Live that came to Milwaukee one year, and we have the Brick World, and so like I think Brick World got tons of emails saying, "Well, hey, how come your show sucked ass this year?" And Mark had to be like, "It's not our show. You're confusing our show with someone else's show. That's not ours."
Sure.
And so I guess that's the only reason we jump on the people jump on the bandwagon, including myself, is the fact that you want to make sure that the shows that you love don't get hurt so much that you can't get the public there, which is what you rely on for these shows. And so I think that's the only reason they jump on the bandwagon, is they're hoping that they can protect the shows that they don't want to lose.
Yeah.
Because if all that was left was Brickfest Live, it'd be a very boring Lego convention season in the U.S. I'll tell you that. Yeah. There wouldn't be anything going on.
Very fair point.
But that's I think that's the only point, is that's what you do. Or I mean, or shows will maybe take, you know, breaks from not doing a show just to kind of maybe keep that at bay for the time being. You just never know. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things where, to me, yeah, I mean, I don't spend a lot of time wasting on it. I mean, I had a thought and I lost it. It's one of those things where, God, I lost it. But yeah, I mean, it's a show. I mean, it's a show like anything else. I mean, well, I mean, I guess the question would be is, I remember what the question was. I mean, I wonder how many shows have they done close to where the corporate headquarters is? I mean, have they done enough shows to where Lego would maybe even go check it out and see if they're, because remember the early year that you came, you were like, wow, I don't think they can do that. And they probably shouldn't be doing that, but that's not my place. That's not my job at corporate to say that they can't do that and they can't do that. That's kind of, like you said, the legal team, you know, they're not here looking at it. I mean, should they be here looking at it? Now, maybe the next owner maybe cleaned all that up. I don't know. I haven't been to one since the last one that I went to, which was 2016, that year, the year that it kind of started going down. So
sure. Yeah. I don't know.
The Brick Crusades. There you go. Yeah.
There you go. That's it. You're on. You're in.
So, but yeah, it's kind of, yeah. I mean,
but yeah, that's the one thing that always, and this is true. I'm talking all the way back to I was like deep in the thick of it, of community management. Like the one thing that would just boggle my brain was this Lego apologetic mindset of like, you know, you've got the I'm a fan and now I'm going to go out and I'm going to, I mean, even like a little bit to like some of your story about like, oh, you'd be at a Toys R Us and you'd help mom in the Lego aisle. And it's like, I understand out of the kindness of your heart why you do it. But I'm like, but what do you get out of this? And then it evolves into defending Lego decisions on blogs and forums and, you know, I mean, in general, right? I'm talking about like they start defending marketing decisions. And I'm like, what do you get out of this weird place that you're in emotionally and mentally, where you think you need to be the defender of this massive company that does not care what you think, and they don't care what you spend your money on, and they don't care. Like they don't care.
Well, see, I think, and a lot of it for me was either I just helped out, but the one thing I kind of remember that was the one thing I did kind of like about Lego was working at the Lego store did kind of give you that minor celebrity type kind of feeling to yourself, because if you were in a store somewhere, like, oh, you work at the Lego store, don't you? Because people would because especially from mini build and stuff, you'd see so many people and stuff for that and stuff. People would be just like, oh yeah, and that's kind of
the brand,
and that was kind of cool from my standpoint. I enjoyed that. I was like, wow, yeah, well, yeah, I do, and yeah, you know, and you know, you get in conversations. Like perfect example was the one guy he's got a couple kids. He builds. I think they build the Technic cars, the race cars and stuff like that. Sure. Well, he was also a bowler, so he was bowling. He bowled in that NFL league that I bowled in, and so, but he would come into the store once in a while, and he was one of those guys too. He's like, wow, what happened? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, even a couple of regulars like, I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. I have no idea. Not a clue. And they were just amazed. But what was wild is, and I probably told this story, and this is great because this is a bowler. So I have big networks in Colorado, bowling, cable, and Lego. So I mean, it's huge networks up in Colorado. And so, I get let go. And of course, my new manager had come into where he worked to get a car. And he told me the story at bowling one night. He says, you know what? I couldn't give her a car. I was like, what? It's like, yeah, I don't know what it was. I just couldn't. There was no way to get her a car. I'm like, wow, that's terrible, man. That sucks. And he's like, yeah. But by the way, as she was leaving, I said, oh, by the way, I don't like the way you treated my boy Reed. And I'm like, oh my God, how did she take that? It was just like, I was like, man, she must have been like, oh my God, I got rid of this guy. And he is like, he's got friends everywhere. Maybe I got rid of the wrong person. I'm like, yeah, maybe. I've been here freaking, I'd been there 16 years. I'm like, yeah, maybe not, oh, well, I guess, I mean, and I just had to laugh. That was hysterical. I'm like, wow. Well, I like that. That comment will live me forever. So that's kind of, hey, well, you know what? That's how it rolls, I mean, you never know what's going to happen when you get rid of people, you don't know what kind of connections they had. And so, yeah, I mean, that's, I guess the good thing I get out of that, I get that little happy feeling in my gut going, I guess maybe I did get the last laugh anyways, and it's like, and I wasn't even around to get the last laugh, but I got it. So, but yeah, I mean, we all enjoy, like Dude was going to ask. I mean, it's still a great place to work for the most part. I just wouldn't invest, like you said, a ton of time. It's like, it's a good part-time job. It's a good part-time gig.
Yeah. But see, I think the question, which is what I said earlier, I think the question comes from a misguided place.
Yeah.
It's always like, I'm not coming up to you, Reed, and being like, do you think 7-Eleven's a great place to work? It's like, no, it's not like it's not a question from a genuine place of curiosity. It's, I'm obsessed with this brand. I'm obsessed with this product. Would you recommend working at this place? This makes this thing that I'm obsessed with. It's like, no, you are thinking you want to be closer to the brand you're obsessed with. You want an employee discount. You want to get secrets. You want to see things early. Like, you're thinking about it from a fan perspective. And so to ask, like, oh, is this a great place to work from? You're not asking that because you want a career in marketing or product design. You're asking that because you want to get a discount on your toy. And then it's like, no, it's not a great place to work, because if that's where you want to, if that's what you are asking for, you're probably going to get fired. You're probably going to have a hard time. You're probably not going to want to do the work. But if you're like, I'm just really passionate about e-commerce. Do you think it's great working at the Lego group and their e-commerce department? It's like, okay, maybe if that's what you actually want to do. If
it doesn't crash, sure, yeah.
But it's just
you can keep the computers from crashing in homes when you get bombarded by on release day by 500,000 requests. I mean,
we just have to have
great. Maybe you need to be the one that figures that stuff out. How to solve that problem if you want to get into there. But yeah, to me, you're right. If you're only looking for that, you're right. It's still a job. You still got to do the job. I mean, you still got to enjoy stocking shelves, helping customers, being friendly, having a smile on your face every day. Even if your cat died and your van died, you got to still be smiling, going, this is an awesome day. That's why you can't let your personal life follow you to work. Because if it does, Lego, you don't want to work at Lego because you won't be able to do a freaking thing, because you'll be just like, oh, I don't want to be here, but I'm smiling anyway.
Getting your van repoed.
Yeah. Well, and that's and like I said, that was the one time. I mean, I think even Eric or somebody pointed out, it says, your cat dies, whatever. I mean, there's nothing you can do. You're at work. There's nothing you can do. You can beat yourself up till you're red in the face. You can't leave. You can't do anything. It's like, why let it destroy you at work? You just don't let the person up, or you just hide your phone. You don't answer your phone. I don't think you're supposed to have your phone anyways. I had it as a manager, and I used it, and I probably used it for, to show off stuff, but they're like, oh, you shouldn't even be doing that. I'm like, my God, this is a Lego store, for God's sake. You're showing people ideas. We're supposed to be inspiring people, and you don't want me to show them great stuff on my phone? Where are you guys? What planet are you on? Because you guys are obviously not on planet Earth. I mean, you obviously don't want to sell any product. I mean, holy hell. It was like some of the stuff they had, you just, like, we always had the discussion. I don't think corporate office, I don't think they're on Earth. I think they're levitating somewhere in the atmosphere, and their heads are just too light of air, and they're just not. It was so humorous. But yeah, I loved showing stuff, and yeah, it's like, maybe that cost me a position. Other than the one thing, other than this was probably one of them. Oh.
Are you about to bring out a hit list? What is this?
We're gonna bring out this. This almost cost me my job, right here.
Oh, razor.
Well, yeah, because they had passed a memo, and I never saw it that you weren't supposed to have this. I was a cable guy for a decade before I worked for Lego, or no, yeah, almost a decade. And so I had this in my pocket all the time. Always had one of these. I mean, it's a fold up, whatever. I had it. Did I ever use it? Not all the time. So Jen's there and Eric's there, and they're trying to open some up, and I pull it out of my pocket, and Eric's going, and I'm like, but dude, why don't you just say it? Just say, Reed, don't pull that out. I mean, and I pulled it out, and Jen's like, what are you doing? Not supposed to have that. I says, well, I was a cable guy. I always have a razor in my pocket. We're not supposed to use that. We're using safety razor now. It's like, well, since when? What was the memo? I said, well, I never saw the memo. I almost got canned that day. And I'm like, man, oh man, it's like, how in the hell am I supposed to know stuff if I never see it? So it was like, yeah, it was that, or maybe show on my phone. But I mean, I maybe probably none of that stuff. Maybe just made too much money. I mean, I think as Eric, or like you said, whatever you were saying earlier, maybe there was stuff coming down the pipe that even I didn't know about.
So. Oh, yeah. Anybody who's watching, you guys have questions for late night Hinkle and Reed sparring match? Are we in the same time zone, Reed?
This is discussion. No, yeah, aren't you Central Time? It's 11:23.
Yeah, nice. We're in the same time zone. Look at that.
Yeah, imagine that. In the old days, you were East Coast. Like, God, can I call Eric? Oh my God, that's right. Or no, when I was in Colorado. Oh my God, can I call Eric? Oh shit, he's 2 hours ahead. Gosh, I can't call him. Damn it, I want to call him. Yeah, that was always fun. I was like, crap, I can't call him. Or better yet, hey, let's call Kevin. Oh wait, that's right. He's in billing this week. How far ahead is he?
6 hours. 6 entire hours.
I was like, God, I can't call him. Was that 6 hours from East Coast? Which was probably
6 hours from East Coast.
God, he's 8 hours ahead. Oh, no, shoot, that's like middle of the night. Better not call him there. Put the phone down. Don't do that. Yeah, I mean, you worked for what? Was it 10 years or 11? Or 12?
12.
So there's 12 years of this guy, and I have 7 years, like 3 months. So let's see, was it 752, 350? Yeah. So I need to get to like episode 370, and this will have lasted longer than my Lego career. I'm almost there.
That's crazy. That's actually super crazy if you think about it.
I think that. Let's see, what is that? Let me do some quick math here. So that would be 12. 364 plus 12, so 378. So we're not that far. We're only we're 32, but it'll happen after the big 7-year party out in Colorado, because it hits. That's the one cool thing, is it hits 7 years that Friday. I'm at Brick Slopes, so that's definitely why I want to go out there, because go back to the state where it started, hit 7 years. That would be pretty cool.
Sure. Yep.
Now, are you thinking you might be going out
to Colorado
for the show? And
I don't know, maybe
book and all that stuff.
Maybe. I mean, I was talking about it a little bit with Larry, and we were. I was talking about getting the booth there.
Yeah.
For Pro Gamers Guide.
Yeah.
And then we went back and forth, and then we kind of turned our discussion into like possibly doing some consulting for them, but then. I don't know. It was kind of weird. It was kind of a weird interaction, because it was like, we want you to do this. I'm like, okay. And they're like, tell us why you want us to do this. I'm like, I don't. You asked me. I literally don't, but you asked me to. And it's like, okay.
I mean, I do it because I think I'm good enough to do it. And, definitely, I know you from, show. I mean, it's one of those things where, I've got talents. I've got, great.
Yeah. So who knows? Who knows what that really means now? But that was going to be part of the, I think, from the compensation.
Yeah, maybe.
So
that's always the thing. That's why people, when they say they want to do a commission, until somebody says, no, it's all right, can't do that.
Yeah, and I mean, I certainly, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Yeah.
I've got plenty of other things to do and worry about. But so I don't know. We'll see. No idea. I mean, I know for a fact that the Pro Gamers Guide booth will be at Brickworld Chicago again, because it was this year, and Brian's going to be there, and he really, really enjoys that show. And he wants me to go. I'm not against going in general, but I mean, I've told him, I said, I'm not paying any money to go. So like, if I'm going, it's got to be somehow expensed, covered in some way, because I'm not doing it. But so we'll see.
Does he have his hotel yet? I guess would be the question too.
Oh, I have no idea.
If not, always name drop me. I don't know what the plan is this year. I'm hoping one of these years the other guys have got a room. I don't know, because the guys have room with the last couple of years. I'm hoping that maybe. I mean, I almost need to say just get a room just in case. I mean, because you never know. I mean, if Ralph comes, I think Ralph's going to try and stay in a trailer. But it's one of those things where I kind of want to have the ability to maybe have different roommates once in a while too, and just have that ability without always being the one that has to assume that it's someone else. Now, granted, it's kind of nice. I need to kind of really clean up my credit. The nice thing is, I think, it's just one of those things where hopefully this job will help me if I, stick with it. I mean, that's kind of thing that's kind of up in the air too. I think I'm probably going to stay in sales. So fans can hire fans of the treatment. No. Well, I mean, and that's true. I mean, and as the thing too is, when you confront corporate with like the story Hinkle gave for BrickCon, I mean, that even paints another light that kind of makes it even more entertaining. And that was definitely worth watching the Forever Sorting on Bricksmith's channel, because definitely there's lots of good stories and good content over there from Hinkle's career with Lego. That is a fun-filled story over there. I don't know if I ended up watching the whole thing. I know those side tangents really got me.
I mean, surely you did.
If not, I got almost to the total end. I mean, I know there was one towards the end. I'm like, oh my God, this went 40 minutes. No story. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, Yeah. I mean, I tend to tangent in general when I tell stories. I mean, Julian was pretty severe about that too. Yeah.
I mean, he was probably a little bit more severe than I was, but
I would say, I think that's what it was. I think it was like, and I'm just like, wow, this, I mean, and it's going to be one of those great stories. I'm like, oh, I can hear, it's just like the air just deflates out of the balloon, out of the stomach. Like, oh man, there it goes.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm definitely not going to do, I mean, I don't know, never say never, but I think it's extremely, extremely unlikely that I would ever do anything like that again at this point.
Yeah.
So, if you guys want to listen to that, that's going to be the only place you're going to see it and hear it.
Well, yeah, I don't think any part of that story needs to probably be retold again. Maybe the next the chapter after Lego, in terms of the drawing and all that fun stuff.
Oh, I hope
that
so.
would be fun. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, that would be for Friday Night Bricks After Dark with the legendary Kevin Hinkle, artist extraordinaire.
Yeah, I'm doing a talk this year at my college, Rocky Mountain College of Art and Design. I signed up for the alumni presenter program, which I've actually signed up for multiple years before, and they've never approved me. So I guess I wasn't doing enough. But now that I have 7 books to my name, and I mean, they look at social media numbers. I'm like, I guess they feel like I've done enough that I can talk to students now.
When's that going to happen?
In February.
That's cool.
So they said that they're going to draw up the contract after the holidays are done. They'll send it to me because it's a paid one-time presenting like role on Zoom virtual for a couple hours. So what do we got? The only exception is the corporate messaging, which will disregard the bottom line no matter the cost of the company. PR, putting a little spin.
So yeah. Oh well, I mean, that's cool. That's kind of neat. Going back to the, going back to talk. That's pretty good. I mean, you're right. I mean, you've done a bunch of stuff. I mean, you might have to pull that one thing, out of archive too. Be like, hey, this is what I did here, and then look where I went. Look where I went from here. I mean, and even beyond using this medium, I'm now with just the hand and the just the pen and the
I mean, I still think about as I've mentioned before, like if you want to talk just purely hobby, purely fun, purely creative medium, like do I miss it? I mean, yeah, I miss having a tangible physical sculpting medium that was kind of fun to just, this stream has stamina. Yeah, it's because I'm here.
Because I was gone. I was about ready to fall asleep in my chair. So I mean, that's the charisma of this guy.
I do miss that. I miss that. I don't. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be Lego, though. I mean, that could be clay. It could be, sculpting with wire. It could be pottery. I mean, just like a tangible, physical thing, creative outlet. And I haven't quite found that yet, but I also haven't really been put a lot of time into it because I draw so much.
Yeah.
Which is what I'm doing this exact moment. I am talking to you guys while I'm drawing.
Which is fine with us. I mean, we still get your ultimate awesome presence. We get to show off what you've done for us in the background.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
While I listen to four-legged things crawl above my head somewhere.
Oh yeah, weren't you talking about this? Do you have like mice?
Yeah, there's mice.
Oh boy, put us in traps.
I've got some. I got to get some more. Yeah, there we go. There's another good one. And then of course, here's the best one right here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that one was funny.
I might have that many somewhere floating around.
You probably do. You want to recreate that picture in real life?
There it is in real life. I just don't have them anymore, unfortunately. Just don't have it anymore. I gotta find the newer one. I don't even know where the newer one is. Actually, no, I actually have it. I just haven't added it in here. I got the new one with the other stuff with Ralph and stuff. So,
my back hurts. I've been sitting here drawing for like 5 hours.
You need a heating pad or some kind of massaging pad in the back.
Well, I have a drafting chair, which helps a lot. It helps a lot, but it's still like when you just sit hunched over drawing for hours and hours and hours, it just, it only does so much.
Yeah. Zizu's saying, yeah, I was thinking about that recently. Lego is extremely limiting and expensive compared to traditional art media.
Oh, yeah. I mean, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
I mean, the only reason, you used it because you were working for Lego and you had discount and able to get stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, you had parts. I mean, what will make the guys in the chat probably laugh even harder is I was actually buying. I bought a lot of Western stuff because I wanted to build Western stuff. And after doing the Aces Wild, I'm like, oh, maybe I can help build stuff for the next chapter that he's going to do. And I was acquiring all that stuff and thinking maybe I get to build something, but I still want to build a fort. Even with that, I want to build one of the forts here in Wisconsin, one of the last forts that there is. I used to go by the sign when I drove for work. I might still go by it when I come back from one spot. Oh, wow. We were at 10 for half a second and went to 7. Wow. That was crazy.
We have 10 people watching right now.
We had 10. It went from 7 to 10 and then it dropped back to 7. So
people want that juicy. They want that juiciness.
Well, that or it was just someone seeing what was going on. I mean, it's, cheaper the duct tape and bananas though.
Oh, I wish I could sell a banana duct tape to a wall for a couple million. Great. I'd be all set.
Oh, what is that? Is that one of those? What do they call those?
It's a modern day art thing that's sold at auction for a ridiculous amount of money.
Well, what's the digital one? Don't they have the digital stuff too that they try to sell too?
Reed, don't even get me started on NFTs.
Oh, NFTs. That's what I was thinking. I was like, wow. Yeah, I was like, oh my God.
Don't even get me, or AI art, don't even get me started.
Oh, somebody was doing something. Oh, somebody I think had some AI stuff. Oh, some Winter Village stuff on Facebook. That they're like, I'm like, those pieces. I was like looking at it going, I don't think even Lego makes those pieces. Why are you like posting that in the Lego chat? I don't think those pieces exist. I'm like, what is that? I was looking at it, and then somebody says, yeah, and I didn't even look at the minifigs. I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at the buildings. Who cares about the minifigs? Like the minifigs are what were really scary. I'm like, but I wasn't even looking at them. I was looking at the buildings, just going, I think those parts exist on the roof. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like
The other thing I also really hate is that there's a lot of like Facebook groups that are dedicated to art, and they just relentlessly share AI art, and it's like sympathy grabs, where it's like, oh, look at this poor child who has studied art and they've just finished this beautiful painting. Let's show them some support. And it's like, this isn't real. This is a fake picture of this AI kid holding this AI image. He's got 17 fingers and he's got 2 eyes. And then you look in the comments and there's just dozens and dozens and dozens of people like, oh, he's so talented. Oh, what beautiful art. Blessed, heart. And it's like, you guys are morons. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean it's got its presence, but I mean the problem is I think AI is taking over for everything in terms of even creating stuff that we really don't need in this world, in terms of just all the different landscapes, in terms of everything from political to everything, political to work. You just don't need some of that stuff out there because you don't know if it's real or not. I mean, you sometimes wonder now how many pictures in these photo contests are AI? I mean, can you tell? I mean, that's the question. It's like, I mean, now that all the photos are digital, I mean, and you're not, not submitting an actual photo, like a 35 millimeter photo or something that's especially, that was an actual photo,
Yeah, doesn't it make you mad, Zizou? It makes me mad. It makes me furious. Considering this is my entire job, what I do, create art.
I mean, how many things have you seen like of your stuff end up, kind of?
Oh, I mean, I haven't seen any, but that doesn't mean it's not happening.
It's just not an area you're looking, but it could be out there.
Sure. I mean, a lot of these generative AI programs have already scraped my art off of everything. And a lot of the social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter/X have already changed their terms of service to say everything I've ever posted on their site is theirs now to own and use to train their AIs, and I can't even opt out of it. It's like, well, all right. And it's like, I can't not be on there because that's how I get work. And that's how I share my art. And that's how I build my audience and build my following and build my brand. So it's like, I can't say no. It's like, okay, all right, I guess you're just going to steal from me. Great. Love it.
I mean, it sounds like some of the big corporations do that. They'll steal whatever they want. I mean, I mean, if you don't have the ability to fight them, I mean, then it's an uphill battle all the way. I mean, it's kind of, that's the way it is. It's just kind of sucks.
Oh yeah. So many dumb people, Panda. I'm it's so funny because I keep thinking of Polish Panda because in my live streams over on Twitch. So if any of you guys are listening, I stream on Twitch twice a week, every week, even though people like Judith of the Judith say, Kevin, what happened to you streaming? I streamed 200 hours this year. But there's a very loyal regular viewer named Polish Panda, and she comes in all the time. She has her own alert on the channel. And so I keep saying Panda, and I'm thinking that Panda, like, oh, it's a Polish Panda. Panda's here? Panda is not here.
I was gonna say, oh, that's that Panda alarm is for her.
That's her alarm. I made that for her because awesome. when I did the do you remember when I did the computer fundraiser stream? Because my computer blew up, my MacBook. It like lost its mind. It completely crashed on me.
How long ago was that?
2 years ago, I think. I did a fundraiser stream to earn money for my computer, and she donated like $100, and I was like, I'm gonna make an alert for you, and so that is her special alert just for her. I mean, anybody can use it, but that was for her.
It's got a nice jingle, so I use it. I like to use it once in a while. It's kind of cool.
I think it's funny.
It's nice.
It's from a cartoon.
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to wait for one of these nice commission checks and maybe do a little bit more so I can get a nice.
That's right.
Nice jingle. Nice jingle in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it'll be Chester related. I'm sure. Because that still would that's still kind of cool. I mean, it's non-Lego, and he's cute,
Mm-hmm.
and he's cuddly,
And gosh darn it, people like him.
Yeah, Chester. I think Chester's more famous than I am. Chester has a girlfriend stream. I think still is one of my most popular ones, which means I probably need to do one with Chester and Dorothy go on a date or something.
I think Chester is. Oh, Chester's on your head. Great. I can safely say have nothing to do with polish. Yes. No. Yeah. She's big into nail polish.
Mm.
So that's her name. She does like a lot of nail art.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I like the stream. What's funny is I think I was driving the one day that it went hype train and then hype train. I'm like, I'm like, I'm trying to drive. I mean, and I want to participate too. It's like, this is crazy. I mean, like I just jumped in randomly and like literally like, seconds before the hype train started. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like,
yes, you are very sweet. Very thankful that you pop in.
Yeah, I actually need to get some more bits because I think I'm out of bits. Well, what's funny is I think isn't your the account that's got the? Well, maybe I've actually figured that out. I'm trying to think if I actually was able to. I think Friday Night Brick sometimes ends up with Twitch stuff, so it's like one of those things where. What do I have here?
There was a period of time where if you watched ads on Twitch, like they have say like, do you want more bits? You could volunteer to watch ads and they would put bits in your account.
Oh, wow.
Which was kind of nice. I don't know if they still do that, but they did do it.
I mean, I know when you stream, do you have like special times when, because I like, oh, he's on it says like, oh, he's on an ad, he's in an ad break or something.
Yeah.
Is that something you're taking a break or is that just something?
Yeah, I don't control it. It just happens. But I mean, if you're a subscriber, you don't see them. That's the incentive of being a subscriber, is that it removes the ads. Because, subscribing on Twitch is not free. It's not the same as YouTube where you subscribe. Like that's what's called a follow. You can follow for free on Twitch, but you have to pay to subscribe. And that removes the ads. But I don't control when they happen. I don't control what they show you. I don't even know it's happening. I have no clue it's happening. So some streamers have like these third-party applications that they can download or turn on so that they know when the ads are going to happen. And they can tell people, like Brian has that. So he can say, oh, just so you guys know, we're going to have an ad break starting in 30 seconds. And I think that's kind of cool that he can tell people ahead of time. I don't know how to do it. And I don't think I have necessarily a big enough audience to even justify it.
Yeah.
But they're on there. And sometimes it's a lot. Sometimes it's a lot of ads. Like I go into people's Twitch streams and it'll be like 11 ads, 8 ads. I'm like, ugh. Kind of gotten used to 2 or 3 when you pop in somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Reed is now a Chester Centurion.
Centurion, love it. Love a good squirrel Centurion.
I was gonna say I would use Chester for your thing, but I think a skunk wizard throwing a flaming stink cloud is so much better than
absolutely, very creative.
Well, I mean it's
All right, guys, we have 15 minutes. We're gonna stop at the witching hour.
We'll stop. Yeah, we'll stop at midnight. That's fine. Yeah, we'll go.
What do we got? Throw some questions, lightning round.
Yeah.
Ask us anything you want.
Yeah, there's six people watching. It says 5 on YouTube, one on Twitch. So I'm guessing you're no longer watching, right? Because you're in the stream, so you don't watch. Yeah. So I'm guessing one of the Duju went to your skybox, stole your skybox over on Twitch.
Ooh, maybe.
Oh wait. Oh yeah. Well, maybe. I don't see any Twitch comments, and I haven't seen any of those weird ones this week either, which is kind of nice too. The one thing is I guess I truly haven't been, obviously something's happened, because in the early days of this show, man, some of the freaking trolls were crazy, but now it's like, it's almost like it's like, like disappeared or something. That or one of the persons that maybe was
Good.
doing it was maybe finally realized this isn't working the way he was hoping or whatever. I missed the sex bots on YouTube. Well, I don't know.
I miss them. I miss them.
Oh. Yeah, I've heard of horse armor with squirrel armor is excellent. Well, on the head, this is my magical casting hat, because if my spell kind of fizzles, he's just going to jump and claw. So I mean, we're good. It'll work.
So urgent.
Quick block it. Well, I mean, I don't think I have. I mean, and I'm watching it on screen, so I don't even know who I've got for moderators. I mean, I don't know if I have very many. I mean, I've had a few over time. I don't really. It's one of those things where everybody wants to be a mod, but a mod. I mean, sometimes I think too many mods sometimes cause too much chaos in the chat. Sometimes, so I mean, I really don't. I mean, there's a few people out there that have it, but I mean, I don't know who has it and who doesn't. But so yeah, so it's kind of But yeah, I mean, so we got Zizu. I know is still watching. Panda is watching. I wonder who else might be in here. Brick and Fortress probably still in here. Dude Jude hasn't said goodnight, so Dude Jude probably is still in here.
He hasn't said goodnight. Hilarious.
Well, usually they'll say goodbye when they leave.
He left. I thought he was saying goodbye.
Did he? No, that was Judith of the Judith, I think.
Oh, my apologies. Not the same.
Cheese on Top might be on here too. And Cheese on Top, he's actually in Wisconsin. He's actually in the Milwaukee area. He actually, see, Jude's here. Cheese on Top went to one of the Milwaukee meetings, and I just popped into I'm watching it on the video thing and just kind of, in there, and I'm looking and I'm like, I know that guy. Because I think I met him at Chicago the one year. I think he came up to me or whatever.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah. So it's like, so summoned. I'm still here, guys. I got it in on the background. Summoned. Yeah. So, well, I mean, we'll end it at midnight. I mean, this is 5 hours. I can't remember the last time we've done a 5-hour Friday Night Breaks. It's been a while.
It was probably one I was on.
Probably. I mean, it might have had a bigger panel. I mean, Kevin, maybe the other Wagner might have come back on too. I mean, he's done that in the past where if he comes back on and if Ralph is on, I mean, Ralph might have already gone to bed by now, but I mean, if Ralph is on, we've had people, if Sean Kelly is on and he's up late, or maybe if Stosh is on and he's up late. I mean, we've had ones where we've had longer streams, or if Bonhoom's been on, but I don't think he's on this late. But I know there's been people. I mean, but it's been a long time because we did 4 and 5. But once the Critical Brick started 2 years ago, any of the off streams that weren't an hour long or 2 hours long still weren't 4 or 5. I mean, maybe 3. I think it's one of those things where it's just So
I have all the good hot takes. Nice.
Well, I mean, Kevin has a lot of the knowledge too. So I mean, we get in the discussions. I mean, he's got lots of experience. I mean, and he's gone to lots of shows even for now. All his art. I mean, all those conventions you were doing. Was it last year? You sold all your inventory. Was it last year?
Yeah. Yep. I've done no shows this year. 2024 was the year of no shows. So there's been no events, but I've already signed up for one for next year, and I got to get back into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing is it's, like you said, it's just all that exposure, to being out and about and, showing off your stuff. And
artists love working for exposure.
And hopefully you sell stuff too. Like you said, I mean, worth the trip, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the hope.
I mean, the only, like for me, it's like people would say too, like we have that yard sale, which the yard sale is actually moving up this year. I think it's going to be like Thursday. They're not going to be on the weekend anymore. So they'll be on Thursday, which still is kind of early, but I mean, I guess we see what happens. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we'll see. To me, I mean, like in the early years of even that, I mean, I would like to, I was doing it to kind of help pay for hotel and whatnot. I know the first year in the hall that we did it, I sold stuff it probably was enough to kind of, pay for that stuff. This last year, and that was even the crazier. That was a crazy year, that first year in that new hall. And this last year, I said, you know what? I'm just going to manage the event. I'm not going to sell. Not going to try to sell. and actually it was much smoother. I mean, it went smoother. I got more help this year too. This year too. So, but it's still kind of a crazy thing. It's still got its ups and downs, and
Sure.
but yeah, that's the goal. I mean, that's what I tell people who would be listening this long and listening to it. I mean, it's those yard sales and stuff. The goal is to kind of, I mean, you can bring whatever you want, but I mean, it's the goal is to try to sell stuff that you'll help pay for your hotel, your gas, all that stuff. Pay for your meals and your expenditures. It's not really made to sell everything you own. And so to me, it's like people need to learn how to bring in moderation. You need to bring what will fit on. Well, be prepared, because I think we were supposed to have 4-foot tables the one year we got, or it was supposed to be like 8-foot tables. We got 6 foot. So instead of getting 4 feet, you got 3 feet. For $5, it's still $5. You're not losing anything. You're spending $5 for your 3-foot or 4-foot, but you don't want to bring so much that you can't show it all, and and you don't want to price it, out of craziness too. Because I mean, I do. I mean, some stuff sells, some stuff doesn't. I mean, I kind of, that's one thing I tell people is that, like, if you're going to these shows and you're going to Brick World or whatnot, and they've got the yard sales, always be willing to barter. Ask the people selling, hey, I mean, I see you got it for 85. Would you take 75 for it? I mean, that's what I'd love to see more of. You're a Lego fan. I mean, even though I've got price and I might think that's what I should be able to get it for it. I mean, but if you want it, I mean, always offer something. I mean, if it's 85 and you say 30, I'm probably gonna want to slap you. So you're not really a fan because you don't know what it's worth.
I'm gonna want to slap you. Amazing.
To me, it's one of those things where at least try to barter a little bit. I mean, if you're going down $5, $10, $15, you're probably, somebody might be still willing to sell it. If you're going to cut it in half, probably going to be like, no, that is too low. I mean, so to me, it's like, we're gonna, but that's the thing is, I wish more people did that, because I did the buy sell trades up in Green Bay, and I didn't price it for the audience. That's what Scott said. Price it for the audience, and so the audience is just your general public, just Joe Blow coming in. They're not going to be your AFOLs. They're not going to know the value. They're going to see it, and you're going to have crazy prices. Now they're going to look at it and just pass it by, or they're not even going to look at it at all. And most people don't even barter. I mean, one girl did, and we met right where I wanted to meet, which was kind of nice. But it's always nice for them to kind of say where they kind of want to meet at, and if it's within what I'm willing to sell, I do it. I just next time I got to just price them lower, but price to move, I guess. You don't have to take it back. But I think some people think that, well, hey, you're bringing stuff, you're just not gonna want to take it back. Well, what Panda? What? Oh, must be that summoned. That exclamation summon. You must be trying to summon
sure.
Satan. We don't want Satan in here, okay? We just don't need him. He's but yeah. So AI watch list. No, it just must be your awesome name that they see that name, and then you type something crazy and like, he's gone.
You are out of here.
Yeah, you're truly an endangered species now, because you have been kicked. So, but yeah. So, well, thanks, Kevin. I appreciate it. So we got about 5 minutes left. I think the exit video will be a shorter one.
Here, I will very quickly show what I've been drawing the whole time, if anyone's interested.
Oh, he was typing something else and he got kicked. Okay.
Let's see here. So let me present, share screen, share Photoshop. Yeah. So I've been working on this poster. This is for brother and sister, Max, and Lily. So this is for the superhero project. So this is what we were talking about earlier, which is my charity live stream I did. This is an organization that illustrates kids that are sick or living with disabilities or community trauma or in the foster care system. We, as artists, illustrate kids as superheroes, and we give them their poster for free. So there's no cost to the family. And we've been doing it since 2017, and there are over 600 artists. I am one of 600, and we just illustrate posters. And this is the first time I've done a brother and sister. I've usually just do one kid, but working on this. So this is they get to pick their outfit. They get to pick their superhero powers. So this is Max, and he likes ceiling fans. So he's a ceiling fans hero, and he travels by giant ceiling fans. So that's how he's flying. And his sister's named Lily. He's got a little robot helper down here that makes him smoothies. So they both have smoothies. And then he's got a little gold utility belt with a fan inside of it. And she likes dogs, so she asked for a dog icon.
Nice.
Is that Chester? No, it's not Chester. And
Chester's on my head though. If you're looking at this guy, this is
oh
Chester.
yeah, if it's on Reed's head, then yes. So this is what I'm doing. I can show you guys a finished one, so you can see what a final poster looks like. I will show you my favorite one so far, which is client work.
Did you save your work?
Oh yes, I did. I'll do it again though. There we go. So this is one of my favorites. I've illustrated 7 posters so far. This one was for a teenager. I think he's 14, and he was really into soccer. So he wanted to be a soccer hero. They also come up with their name. So that's the name he came up with, the Inspiring Wild Warrior. He's very into his faith. So he wanted a cross, and he wanted on his shirt a cross with the cancer ribbon around the cross. And he is super into spaghetti and meatballs. So he had his spaghetti and meatballs dispenser on his belt that looks like a soap dispenser. He specifically said, make it look like a soap dispenser. And this is a cheese grinder, so he can grind cheese.
Nice.
He has a little headset, and the headset is there for him to talk to his ostrich sidekick.
Wow, this guy's good.
And all the colors, he picked all the colors. He picked the white and pink gloves, the orange and green and pink shirt, the white shorts with the number 1 on it. He wanted a mask. Obviously, it's made to look like him. And he wanted the whole piece to have a Latin vibe to it, because he is a proud Latino, and he wanted me to somehow convey that. So this is my favorite one I've done so far. So I'm just doing another one. That's what I've been working on the whole time we've been talking. I've been drawing this.
Dorothy is right here. Oh, pointed right to her. She's right in the tree. You can't see her. Oh, there she is, right here, right there. I can't get both of them on my head. That's the problem. Yes, she's in the tree.
Do you think no one is Kevin Wagner?
That was who no one was earlier. So yeah, that could he could be back. He could be in the chat right as we get 40 seconds from now ending the stream. So yeah, that's right. No one was him earlier. So he probably didn't change his name. So
yeah, I sent him a book this week. I sent him mail.
Well, Doodle book number 2 or
yep. He was a backer, so he has one on its way to him.
Do you hear that? Do I hear what?
The winds of change.
The winds of change. Okay.
All right, Reed. It's been a wonderful night. Let's play us out.
Here we go, and it's going to be a great clip right to start with. A great picture, great still image.